Hello, gamers! Fancy seeing you lot here. Just a heads up, since I've played around with getting the setup a bit more streamer-ish and stuff, I've got a new widget for the chat, and so it may or may not work. So I might have to quickly swap that over to the old one. We'll just give it a few seconds to see if it activates or not. I'll just go if I go to that window there, and I go to refresh this. Doesn't look like that chat window's working, so I'll have to quickly push it back over to the old one. Let's hide that, and I'll figure this out next time. So let's go. Pop out window. I'll just throw that one in there. Bring this chat window up to there. Okay. Probably need to. Yeah, this isn't perfect, so I'll need to fix this at some point. But it'll do for now. Okay, yeah, so how have we been, guys? It's been a little while. Oh, man. Yeah, because I have been sort of pushing through some stuff, but I've gotten to the point where past probably a week or two, I've just been nose to the grindstone, just finishing up some minor projects that I've had going on my own, just so I could feel like I was making progress on things. And yeah, now I'm at a point where I reckon I'm in a good position to get back to doing stuff. So going pretty well on my end now. Finished your record boys while I was gone. Oh, righto. Yeah, I really done anything on the Warhammer end since last time I streamed? I have. So I know there was the Night Lord's Armiger was the last thing we were working on, and I had pretty much finished it, but I hadn't weathered and basted and all that sort of thing yet. So I'll go and grab it because I finished it, and this ties into another thing that I was about to say. But yeah, one sec. Yeah, because this one here. Yo, technically, thank you for the super. Jesus, thank you, mate. But yeah, so I ended up finishing this off stream just because it was sitting there staring at me, and I was like, I just need to do this. It's just weighing on me. So I finished this one up. Seriously though, thank you for the 25. That's very kind. You did that while I had my headset off, so I didn't get to hear if it made the noise or not. So that was another thing that I'd set up. I don't know if the noises are functional, but well, I can watch it back after the fact. But see you soon again. Cheers. Yeah. Hey, Twisted. Thanks for the yeah. Thanks for checking up on me every now and then. You're very very kind. But yeah, we're doing pretty well. But yeah, I finished the Night Lord's Armiger that we were working on previously because yeah, it was staring at me, and because I had received an invite from some friends to play a game of tabletop, and I was like, you know what, fuck it. I've been putting this off for too long, and although I didn't have 1k points of pure knights, they were kind enough to let me run a split army, and so I ended up taking these boys as my loadout. So I ran a split of knights and knights and Tau battle suits. Got me to pretty much exactly 1,000 points. And also they were kind enough to let me know that Tau without their army rule are dog shit because their gun accuracy is really really poor. So since it was my first time playing, they just let me have a +1 on all the tower hit rolls, which they probably shouldn't have done because it just meant that they fucked up everything. But yeah, it was really fun. I played 2 games last week. I won the first one against Chaos Space Marines and then lost the second one against Drukhari. It was a lot of fun. And I think I'm going to be playing again tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I've been doing stuff. In so long since they've streamed, Knights are now meta. I saw you posting that. Yeah. I'm keen to see what new detachments appear in the codex when it comes out. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. Like, since I'd never really like paid much attention to the tabletop stuff. But now I have, I'm like, I really like the Acheron aesthetically, but why is it a flamer unit, but then it's tagged as Titanic, so it can't even Overwatch? What is the point? It's so sad. Such a cool unit, but he can't even Overwatch with his flamer. Sleep for one night and woke up missing like 230 points. Yeah, the points cost of these things is like, they're so cheap now. It's crazy. But yeah, I think if with this Acheron, this Acheron alone is points cost equivalent to all of the Tau battle suits that I was using last time. So essentially, this Acheron will cost the same amount of points as a Riptide and a Broadside and 3 stealth suits. It is what it is. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, took you long enough. Well, good to have you back. Yeah, it's good to be back. The goal, I reckon, for this guy here is we're gonna keep on with our theme of Traitor Legion themed knights. I think I've kind of like fleshed out my idea of them a little bit more since previously. Where previously I was just like, they're free blades, don't worry about it. But now it's more like I do really like the aesthetic of like the noble side of Imperial Knights, and I don't really want them to be Chaos Knights as such. And if I do want to play Chaos Knights, I will actually just run a separate army as Chaos Knights and then work them together as an actual trader house, or whatever you'd call them. So my idea for these guys is that they are essentially disgraced knight houses who their ancestors had worked closely with the Traitor Legions during the heresy, but then turned before the end of the heresy. They turned back to loyalist, and now their whole thing is like they've banded together and they just live like permanently like in Hunt of Chaos, like on a redemption thing. Yeah, but that's the idea. And like they sort of wear their old colors as like a sign of like as a way to like brand themselves. But yeah, this one, tying into that, we're sticking with the Traitor Legion theming. And so this one here is going to be Iron Warriors. Because he's got the big chain fist and the flamer, I think it's very aesthetically fitting. And I feel like Iron Warriors don't really get a lot of love as far as like people painting them goes, because it's just like, because they're just like gunmetal colors. But I think that we can give it a good shot. There's a house with a similar story. Oh, I see. How'd you get the door with that? Like hinged? Oh, mate, I spent like an hour with a pin drill and a knife, essentially carving out this little section here, and then I put a bit of wire through the hinge, and then I used the goo, like the pot of Tamiya cement that I put all of my sprue bits and that sort of stuff in there. I used the goo to then seal it back in, and then once that had set, I carved it back so that it was seamless. But yeah, this was painful, but I think it's worth it. local IW's players. Beautiful. Look, like I really want to like step up my game in terms of painting, because every time these whole past couple of weeks I've just been like, well, I guess it's longer than that, but especially these past couple of weeks where I've just like been working on my own stuff in the background, and then I've seen you guys like posting your progress of your stuff in the Discord. It's just like, you got like putting me to shame. Like, man, like Dipper with those captains, they're beautiful. Anyway, since we're going to be doing Thousand Sons or Iron Warriors, these guys are going to be Iron Warriors, geez. Or if you're asking just like in terms of preference, I'm still a Thousand Sons guy, but this night in particular is going to be Iron Warriors theming. But at the end of the day, I'm a Tzeentch guy. It's just the way it is. Oh, I just realized I didn't have my desktop audio, so there was no BGM. Whoops. Had the Stellaris soundtrack going and everything, but no one could hear it. Noticed before it was too late, though. But yeah, since we're doing Iron Warriors for this guy, my goal is pretty much going to be, we'll start off by overbrushing him in brown, so that we can get a base layer of Rhinox hide. And then what I'll probably do is I'll probably sponge Lead Belcher over the whole lot so that we get that sort of rust from below showing through. I don't know how well that's going to turn out, but we'll see. Oh shit, hang on. I just remembered I need to turn on my air conditioner so that my bloody camera doesn't overheat. It's the middle of winter, but this still happens. I'm just required to sit in my room in winter with the air conditioner on cold so that my camera doesn't overheat midstream. I tried out the new Monster Hunter update and it's pretty nice. Is Lagiacrus in yet? I haven't played Monster Hunter in a while. Like, last I played was when they put Mizutsune in. And I've got like no Rhinox hide left in this pot. I'm pretty sure I have a spare though. Because all I saw from like the Lagiacrus stuff was, I don't know if it was from it being added or just from the teasers. It was a screenshot of a person underwater. Lagiacrus and Seregios. Which one is Seregios? This should be enough ground to get us started on our overbrush anyway. Heard the game's poorly optimized for PC. Yeah, it had a lot of issues on launch especially. It got better for me after the first couple of weeks, but that was also because pretty early on I got a new PC, and so I was able to just sort of ignore a lot of the optimization issues. Pinecone Wyvern who bleeds. Oh, I think we've gone over this in the past, yeah. Yeah, Seregios was in Rise, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was, right? Yeah, I need to check this now. Pretty sure it was. Yeah, yep, okay, yep, I'm with you. let's get going on these. Man, overbrushing is so good. Just so easy. Been a long time since I've done this sort of thing before. Nope. Yeah, I reckon I've probably gotten a little bit better at least painting a bit quicker in my time away. We'll have to wait and see though. Like once we get to the fine details, that'll be where we find out whether or not I've actually corrected my assumption or if I've just completely forgotten how pedantic I am. But yeah, I think that I should be able to smash this one out a lot quicker than it took us to do something like our Knight Errant all that time back. Oh yeah, speaking of the Knight Errant, since I've like now learnt how like the tabletop rules and stuff work, Imperial Knights have some really funny enhancements you can put on the big knights. Like the main one that I'm focusing on being the fact that you can give so there's one in the I think it's specifically part of the Noble Lance detachment where it's called like Mysterious Guardian or something, and it just lets you give Deep Strike to one of your big knights, and then also gives him the ability to, at the end of the enemy's turn, if he's not engaged, he can fade off the battlefield, so pull back into reserves, and then Deep Strike immediately on your turn start. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Actual Zinchian trickery. So thematic for my Zinch Knight. Give that to a Lancer. True. I've got it on a Knight Errant, which is pretty similar anyway, because he's got a Melter 6 and a Chain Blade, so it's just fucked up. Gives knights uppy downy. Nah, in my case, since it's a Zinchian knight, he just just fucking fades into the warp. Although it is equally hilarious to think of it as uppy downy. Like in the middle of the fight, Knight just like activates Iron Giant rocket boots, just shoots into the sky and then falls down somewhere else. You give knights drop pod models. Life is yours. Look, Technic, GW doesn't give anyone anything unless they're Space Marines. I had an incredibly depressing moment yesterday where I was on the Warhampedia, and I was talking to one of my mates who I'm going to be playing with tomorrow, and I was talking to him about the fact that the Acheron can't Overwatch despite having a despite being a flamer unit, and then he was like, "Yeah, crazy that that a Land Raider can I think it's the Land Raider Redemptor. I'm not sure, but he was like crazy that a Land Raider can Overwatch, but an Acheron can't." And so I went to the Warhampedia for Space Marines and clicked the datasheets drop down, and I have not been so sad in my entire life as when I saw just how many different Space Marine datasheets there are. It's like, what the fuck? It was like three or four fully filled out columns compared to like the Imperial Knights one, where it's 2 and half of them are characters and half of them are Forge World. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is Warhammer 40,000, not Horus Heresy. This isn't even the Space Marine setting. They have a whole other setting exclusively for, like, marketing Space Marine shit. As a Votan player, you feel me? Yeah, fucked up. Also, I went through and started, like, looking at the Votan models, and the Votan Psyker is sick. He's so fucking cool. Like, he looks like he's come straight out of fantasy. Like, oh, what is he called? He's, a Grimnir. The Grimnirs are so fucking cool. Actually, the coolest model I think I've ever seen in 40k. Horus Heresy stuff has, like, Knights in the Solar Auxilia. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, I mean, that's where half of the fucking Imperial Knights models come from, is Horus Heresy, because they're Forge World. Like, this comes from a box that says Horus Heresy on it. They just realized that, hey, if you want to play Knights in 40k, you literally cannot, like, you can't just live off 3 off 3 chassis. Love some Marines, wish they'd give your Melter Maidens more love like that. I haven't really looked at the Sisters model lineup. I feel like I really should. I've never really been super interested in Sisters, but at the same time, they are quite cool. Maybe once I've gotten to the point where my Knights army and my Tau army are 2k points and functional, I'll consider going into other things. But the thing is, I've got so many like Thousand Suns and like things for that sort of thing already established. I think I need to avoid like peeking into other ecosystems for a while. The best Knights list has sisters. Does it? Hang on, is there a legal Knights list you can run that has sisters? Because I thought the only way currently to run Knights with others is either Imperial agents or as the Knights as your secondary army, essentially using them as support, where you can choose to have either 1 towering or 3 armigers or whatever it is. I thought like that's the only way that you can really run Knights with non-Knights units. Sisters are in agents? Oh, okay, I see. Oh, I guess also there's the new there's also the AdMech detachment now as well. Honestly, maybe an AdMech army might be something cool to look at. Hey Dipper, how you going, mate? Oh, I just realized that my chat isn't centered and it's running slightly off the side there. That was... Okay, I'm glad I caught that out of the corner of my eye. That was disgusting. Battle Sister squad with an immolator. You split the squad and use them as action monkeys. I see. On that note, the games I played last week, there were no objectives. It was just deathmatch with the control points. So none of the mission cards or anything like that. But we're going to be doing mission cards this time round. For things for things that require an action, like secure perimeter, or the one where you destroy an objective. So when you do that action, does that stop you from doing things like shooting and charging and fighting? Or are you able to still shoot while you do an action? Is this the announcement of the Shells of Iron Discord TTS League? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. That could be fun. We'll have to see though, because I also have a habit of taking on way too many projects and then not having time to do anything. When committing an action, you cannot shoot unless the data sheet states otherwise. For example, a new admech or kill team can perform actions and shoot. Right, okay. So it specifically interferes with the shooting phase. I assume in that case you can still fight. I guess that would make sense. Like if you're trying to do something on a control point and someone tries to beat you up, you'll probably punch them back. But thinking about it that way, I feel like that's kind of rough for knights because you don't have many models to begin with. So if you're taking like your model off the table for shooting, like if you're just like going, yep, guess we're not shooting this turn, that seems kind of painful. Which I guess is where like the value in taking lots of armigers comes in. Yeah, I'm a little bit unwell. Not like it's not the worst, but it's like, so I'm not like super runny nose and that sort of thing. But it's like everyone at my workplace and then my dad, like everyone just started getting a throat cold, and I thought I avoided it, and now I've just started coming down with it, and so I've just got a really sore throat, which is really annoying. Like just permanent parched mouth and dry throat. It's bad. It's just annoying, really. Because I thought I'd avoided it, and then I yesterday, morning, I was like, uh-oh. I had a feeling that I was coming down with it, and yeah, not great. As a knight, my action is to delete their units. True and real. Oh yeah, by the way, because I've got the Perithian is also fully primed and ready to paint, and he's like not much bigger than the Arcustus Knights. Like the main thing is he's chunkier. He's probably maybe a couple of centimeters taller, but then it's just like all of his parts are like twice as thick. Like his legs are fucking chunky, and he's got the body of a Questoris essentially. Where the Arcustus body is quite lean. But one thing that I was like really keen on, just like looking through the like all the stratagems and stuff, is I saw a very cool one called Honorable Duel, which is really funny from an Imperial Knight's perspective. Like, you have a Knight Lancer, and you charge this enemy squad that they've got their warlord attached to. And the whole time he's like shouting about honor and challenging the enemy warlord to a duel, and then he just stomps on him. Quite amusing. It lets you, it gives you precision on your attacks against a squad, so you can single out the boss. Get challenged to an honorable duel by a guy in a 20-meter mech suit. Look at your tree. Oh, I saw him when you primed him originally. I think, yeah, have you started painting him? Oh, that's not the same tree. But yeah, that's like one thing for me. One of the reasons why I fucking love Total War Warhammer is it just shows off all the really fucking cool units they have. And yeah, like whenever I encountered the Wood Elves and I saw the Tree Men, it was like, man, this shit is awesome. Have I read Kingmaker? I have not. Is Kingmaker a Knights focused book? Because if so, then I may commit to that. I don't read many books, but I will read Imperial Knights. I need to get back and finish the Ahriman Omnibus. Well, I was reading it like in the middle of the time when I was like really struggling with motivation to do things. And so I got through book 1 and started book 2, and then I just kind of like, it like petered out. I just sort of stopped reading. Even though I was enjoying it, I just kind of like forgot, or like couldn't really bring myself to keep reading. I need to like get back into it. That means I'll probably need to reread book 1 just to refresh myself on where I was. Starts off with a dude in an armature dueling some kind of Questoris. It's sick. Armatures are so fucking cool. I don't care what anyone says. Armatures are sick as hell. Like, oh, they're so cool. Like these highly mobile, lightweight knights just zooming around the battlefield, like punching way above their weight class. They're sick as hell. Kingmaker's an Assassinorum book about a knight. I see. For some reason you can't explain it all. Assassins look like BDSM freaks. Right. I've seen like the way they draw all of the not the Vindicare ones, the the psychos that you like release into a kindergarten and they'll kill everyone. Which ones are they? Because those ones all look like BDSM freaks. I haven't seen what the other ones look like. Jack. Hey, Gavin. Are you doing well? Yeah, not too bad. Being perfectly honest, I was having a bit of a rough spot for a while there, but we're coming good. So, yeah, I'm doing a lot better now. Thank you for asking. Eversaw, yes, the Eversaw are the ones I'm thinking of. Yeah. Because the Vindicare are the snipers, aren't they? And the Eversaw are the roided up psychos. And the Colexus are the shapeshifters? Question mark. Because the Colexus, it was a Colexus assassin that bloody old mate let kill him, right? Bloody goddamn Conrad let himself get killed by a Colexus assassin, no? Shapeshifters are someone else. Oh, okay. I thought there were only 3 main assassin temples. Never mind. Lexus and Nulls? Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there are the Null ones as well. Calidus are the shapeshifters. Okay, I mean they're pretty similar sounding. Hang on. Was it a Calidus assassin that Conrad let kill him, or was it a Vindicare that was just like chilling in the roof, like in the ceiling for a really long time? Because the Vindicare, they're the snipers slash like the ones that will just sit there and wait for years, aren't they? It was a Calidus that got him? Okay. Okay, I think probably good for base code on this. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, I need to do the inside of the hatch as well. Is that gun really the size of my hand, or does it just look like that from the perspective? No, it's pretty big, Gavin. It is a pretty big one. It's almost there. Oh, by the way, coolest shit about this gun. Look, I understand that the Acheron is probably a like dog shit unit on the tabletop, but it's got a fucking articulating like pipe that goes from the fucking like the fuel tank to the flamethrower. Like, this shit is so cool. It was a pain in the ass to build because it was like 42 sections, but it's so cool. Like, I've never had an articulating model like this. It's insane. Yeah, look, maybe with the maybe when the new codex drops, the Acheron will become a good unit, and I'll be justified in having built it. But if not, look, it is what it is. I built it because it looks awesome. And that's okay. You think the Castigator does that too? Hey, look, you don't need to crush my dreams like that. Look, I understand that the Castigator is just better, but the Acheron's weapons look cooler. Let me believe that the articulating pipe is unique to the Acheron. It's all I've got left. Say that as if I play. Oh, yeah, Gavin, you missed it. I did play. I played my first games last week. It was good fun. Won the first one, lost the second one. Although the second one was a little... I feel like things may not have been the most fair to me. First one I played against... So it was 1,000 point game. I didn't have enough knights to run a full list, so they let me... had it out with some of my Tab battle suits. I just didn't give them any of the bonuses from my detachment, of course, because they're not Knights units. But yeah, first game was against Creations of Bile, so Chaos Space Marines list, and I won that one, mainly because I managed to just completely wipe his anti-tank pretty much turn 2, like turn 1 or turn 2. And then the second game was against another one of my mates. We played immediately after, and he was Drukhari, and we like setting up, and he's like, okay, so this is my list, and he's got 4 boats on the board, and that's it. And he's like, now I've got a shitload of men, but I'm not going to have them on the field because they're in these boats, these 2 boats here. So there were 2 gunboats, 2 transports, and both gunboats were anti-tank, and both transports were full of people with only anti-tanks. It's like, okay, look, I understand that there might be something going on here, and yeah, I had my Warglaive got fucking one-shot, and then my broadside battlesuit got fucking beamed across the board turn 1. It was rough. Just run 1 quest or assist Canis Rex, boom, half your list. True, he's like 400 points, isn't he? Maybe more? And then I just need to have like a little man to run as Sir Hector. And that's pretty good for our base coat. Down to like 370 off the point changes. Jesus, yeah. That's not like, it's crazy how cheap the big knights are now. I'm not complaining. I love the big knights. On that note though, the Perithian is still 700 points, and I don't think it's entirely worth it. The stats don't exactly look like they're 700 points stats, but it's cool as fuck, so I don't care. Just gonna waddle that guy into the middle of the board and just have him shoot shit. Just popped in to say hello. Maybe you'll be around longer next time I stream. Take care. Righto. Yeah, thanks for hopping by, Gavin. I'll catch you later, mate. reckon I need to get more paint. But did I know my friend's actually a master Drukhari player? True. Nah, after the one of the friend who played the Creations of Bile last week, because we played both those games on the same day because they were my first games in tabletop. Essentially, what we did was I just played against one of them, and then I played against the other immediately after, and whoever wasn't playing was just dice bitch for the game. But yeah, the guy who played the CSM army, he messaged me yesterday and he's like, hey Jack, by the way, we may have done something wrong in that Drukhari game. Like, oh, okay. And it had something to, like, basically, what happened was, 1 second, round for, what happened was, I sort of, I felt it in the moment, but I wasn't sure if it was just me not being familiar with the game or not. But basically, you know how I said he had 2 gunboats and 2 transport ships? What he was doing was he got board control incredibly quickly, because what happened was he'd fly his transport ships to a capture point, and he'd disembark his boys, and then use a thing to let him get sticky control of it, and then he'd re-embark on the same turn so that he could move next round. Turns out, we found out yesterday he wasn't actually able to do that, but they're like, it is what it is. I think we also found out some things that I did wrong in that game as well. So, all in good fun, and we learnt shit. But yeah, that was a rough game. Mainly just the fact that the amount of anti-tank he had was fucked up. But there shouldn't be that issue when I play tomorrow, because we've got more people playing. And essentially the way we've done it is we've had everyone declare their lineups ahead of time, and then we're going to randomize who plays against who. So they can't just run all anti-tank for me, because there's also a person playing Necrons tomorrow. And they've got a lot of warriors and shit. So if they build only anti-tank to fight me and then they roll into the Necron guy, they're just going to be quite unhappy. Can't disembark and embark on the same turn. Yeah. It does seem like that, now that having experienced it, I can see why. Wish you had a play group. Yeah, I never really expected to get a play group, but yeah, I guess like I'm fortunate enough that I know people and they were just like, hey, by the way, we play. One of those people was Jacko from chat. I don't know if anyone remembers. This was the guy who was hating on gin, has zero taste in good alcohol. I made him drink the Green Ant gin, and he agreed that it was very good. So that was a that one was a long time coming, and that was a good feeling. That was checkmate. Love the fact that Random Man from chat is now my friend. Oh, so truth be told, I already knew him in real life, but he just kind of like showed up in my chat. So like I never really like spoke to him in person prior to Warhammer, but he was like the younger brother of a friend from school, and so it was like I knew him, and that's why I knew where he lived. But yeah, we never really spoke that much. But then he like showed up in chat because he saw I was doing Warhammer. He's like, "Hey, by the way." But yeah, like I reckon I would like to think that I have some standards, and I'm not just gonna go the Minecraft YouTuber route of just making friends with random people from my chat willy-nilly and going and meeting them in real life. That seems like a kind of slippery slope. So don't think I will be doing that. Offline meetups with random fans, sorry to say, probably not at the top of my priority list. Magic's been lost. Yeah, sorry to crush your dreams. Man, this is a rough bit to do. Because there's a lot of recessed details that I want to get the brown on, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I necessarily do. I'll probably just come back with a smaller dry brush so I can reach in there. Rather than trying to jam the big dry brush in there and damaging the bristles. In the same boat, never meet up with a random person you met online. Yeah, it seems like kind of, it seems a little weird. Like, I feel like I might potentially do it with some of my online friends that I've been speaking to for years, and I've like spoken to them in like video, like I've like had video on in Discord and stuff. Like we know what each other look like, and we've been like talking for ages. It's like if I were in their city and like that was happening, then like I wouldn't be entirely against it, but I feel like there are a lot of hoops to jump through for me to get to the point of like wanting to meet people online. And like the only reason that I even ended up like making these particular online friends is because they were friends with some of my real life friends. So it has to like go down like a chain of like associations before it gets to the point where it's like, yeah, I'd be down to like hang out with these people. Yeah, like people you've known forever, you're not gonna go meet Sunji. No, yeah, like exactly. It's like we like yeah. I'm not gonna up and try to meet up with fans or not even fans. I don't like I don't like using the word fan like about people who watch my stream. I'm not gonna go and like just meet up with people who watch the stream because I get along, like even though I get along with you guys and it's like I would say that we are friends to a degree. It's like I feel like there are definitely like levels of association. And yeah, it'd just be weird to like go and try to meet up with people from chat. And I've never really been like a Discord friend maker. So that's also really weird to me as well. It's like, yeah, I was talking to this guy in the general chat of this Discord server and now we're besties. Friendly acquaintances, exactly, yeah. I'm wondering if once I've done the brown base coat for this guy, if I want to if I want to do what I said earlier and sponge all of the lead belcher for the top coat, or if I want to do another overbrush of the lead belcher, but maybe a bit thinner. So use the dry brush with the metallic, just a bit thinner, so that we still get the some of the brown showing through. I feel like maybe if I overbrush it, it will end up going on a bit too thick, and it'll kind of just negate the like any reason for having used the brown base coat in the first place. Where I think, at least if I commit to the sponging, it'll take a while, but I think we'll probably get a nicer look. Need to be careful with how much paint I'm putting on this dry brush as well, because the paint is getting awfully close to the ferrules here. I guess that's just kind of going to happen when you're overbrushing like this rather than proper dry brushing, because it means that you're just hitting the sides of the bristles a lot more, so it creeps its way up. Joke? What is joke? Did I miss something? Hey, how are things? Hey, Phobic, how you going? Sorry, I just completely ignored your question. How are things? Yeah, going pretty well now. Said it a couple of times already, but or to like people who are already here, but yeah, I was in a bit of a rough spot for a while, but things have evened out, and I think we're going pretty well now. For a while I was just sort of like, I was in a rut for a while, and then I started getting better, and then it was just a matter of me like looking at a lot of the like things that I've had building up on my desk that have just been sort of like staring at me and sort of like weighing on my conscience, where I'm like, fuck, I'm just not doing anything. So I took about 2 weeks just to like focus on some of the things that I've had half finished and just really try to like clean up some things here and there before I started getting back into streaming, because I like streaming, but at the same time I feel like my priority list in like getting things done is slightly different when I'm streaming compared to when I'm just trying to do things on my own. So I just took some time to focus on my own stuff, but yeah, doing pretty well. Plays 40k, and if I'm doing worse, yeah, exactly. True. I play 40k, so I now understand how bad this model that I'm building is on the tabletop. I now understand that the Knight Acheron is a colossal waste of like 380 points or something. Is that what it is? Hang on, I need to check this now. Where are we? Wahapedia. Knight Acheron. A colossal waste of 365 points. Let's go! I guess we could say it's a titanic waste of 365 points, because that's the tag that makes it not worth it. But yeah, I mean, realistically, I play with friends. They would probably allow me to choose to run my Acheron as a castigator, as long as I declare ahead of time. What's up, people? Hey, Rebellion. How you going, mate? I see you've been going down the Gundam rabbit hole recently. I don't know if you were already down the rabbit hole or not, but you've at least been engaging in that stuff lately. You were for a good while, but you fear it's hit zenith. Hey, Rebellion, I don't know if you've been or not, but I would strongly recommend going to Japan. Well, because that's where it's from, but also, oh fuck, what's it called? I think it's in Odaiba. You being a Gundam fan, you might already know what I'm talking about. It's the shopping center where they have the giant like Gundam unicorn outside, and it has like the it has lights and stuff, and it moves, and it does the it has like the unicorn transformation and shit. And in that shopping center they have the main Gundam store. It takes up like half of the whole top floor of that shopping center. I went there with a friend from my dorm who is into Gundam, and that it is huge. There's so much shit in there. It's crazy. Gonna do a great Horned Rat night. So about that Technic, I got the I bought the Chaos Knights Wardog Battle Force, the one that gives you 7 Wardogs, and I'm now considering I'm tossing up which way I want to go with my Chaos Knights. Because my Imperial Knights now, I've decided they are loyal, and they're like sort of trying to redeem the lost honor for their ancestors siding with the traitor legions. So that being the case, my Chaos Knights will actually be Chaos, and so I'm thinking, but I want to either have them be really beautiful, like pristine fucking knights, and then they like associated with the Emperor's Children, Slaneshi corruption, that sort of shit, where they're just absolutely perfect. Or I go the other way and I make them all Skaven knights, make them look like they're made out of wood, give them like great horned rat insignia and shit on them, maybe kit bash some Skaven like riding them. I could go, there's 2 ways I could go. I'm not sure which one I'm more interested in. Love to go, but you want to at least have enough understanding of the language to hold combos. I can understand that. I would say that purely from a tourist's point of view, Tokyo is very accessible, even if you don't speak Japanese. I know that some of the other cities can be a bit more iffy, but at least because of like the Olympics and all that sort of thing, they made all of like the signage and that sort of thing very, very English accessible. But yeah, I'd say that also a lot of young people in Japan, they do speak English, or at least they will understand English. They may not necessarily be able to hold a conversation back with you, but you can like ask them stuff, and young people generally will be able to interact. But yeah, I fully understand like wanting to like have a degree of mastery of the language. Otherwise, if you have a friend who speaks Japanese, they can be your interpreter. Like that's what happened when I went with my older brother, and when I went with my my dad, I would basically just be, I would be language bitch, and they would just, they'd have a good time. As someone who struggles fitting in certain cars, you feel like there's by no means enough space for you in Japan. Technic, there are some, so I don't know why. I feel like this probably is a thing in the US, but there are like laws determining like minimum height for a ceiling when you're like going like on like in a stairwell or like through an alley or like that sort of thing. They like, surely in the US you guys have this as well, where there's legally mandated minimum heights for ceilings and stuff. They don't seem to have that in Japan for some for some places. So you'll be like going up a stairwell into an apartment complex or stairwell into like down into a bar, and you will just fucking hit your head. Like it is dangerous. Like, I'm not even that tall. Like, I'm 180. So what's that? I'm like just shy of 6 foot. Like, I'd say I'm on the tall-ish side, but I'm not that tall. I'm tall for, like, compared to Japanese people, but I'd say that I'm pretty average as far as white people go. And yeah, I was still, I was still threatened by a lot of their architecture. Correct, there are laws about building. I say, well, we thank God for that. The US average, yeah, I imagine that's probably the case. I feel like, yeah, I feel like 6 foot is like that is like pretty average for white people in general, I would say. Unless you get into like the Nordic countries, in which case it's like 12 foot average. But yeah, I will say that well, technically you're 6 foot. Yeah, 6 foot. I will say that yeah, 6 foot is significantly taller than most people you will encounter in Japan. Like, not to say that there aren't tall Japanese people, but there was like one thing when I was traveling with my sister. She's 5'4", so she's pretty much like dead on average in Japan. So when we're like on trains and shit, she can't see shit because she's eye level with everyone else. But like when you are like when you're like I'm not even particularly tall. I'm 180. I'm like average white guy, but when I'm in the trains, I am easily ahead above everyone else. So even when the trains are packed, it is not claustrophobic. It's awesome. In shoes you would not fit in Japanese buildings. Got it. So this isn't like the whole roof is really low. It's just like you'll be going down the stairs or up the stairs, and that little bit of concrete that overhangs at the very beginning is like, it's at like 170 centimeters. Like, it is there to kill you. And they usually won't mark it with yellow paint, so it's just there. Like, you just need to pay attention or you're fucked. You're 6 foot 235, you're what is known as a large man. I don't know what 235 translates to in real weight, What is a pound? Is it like 2 and a bit kilos? Is that what it is? I feel like a pound is like 2 and a bit kilos. Because I am just shy of 80 kilos, I think. I don't remember the last time I weighed myself. I'm pretty sure I'm just shy of 80 kilos. .2-ish? Right, yeah. $106.5 kilos. I don't think that's... Like, I'd say that that's... Yeah, you're, like, it's not, like, skinny person, but I wouldn't say that you're, like, a large man when I hear that. I feel like that can translate into just, like, high muscle density, that sort of thing as well. Like, if you... Like, I know people who are my sort of height, but they can still hit those sorts of weights just from... like working out and stuff. And I still feel like even people who are not who are unfit and that weight, they're still not like a fatty, you know, to put it in not nice terms. Because I feel like someone who's 6 foot, if they were just super unfit and just like overweight, I feel like you could easily hit like 120. Kilos for reference. I don't know what the pound conversion would be off the top of my head. Because you witnessed you are large. Okay, I won't contest you on your mass. If you're willing to own it, then I will let you own it. Not fat, just large. Right, okay, yeah. Broad shoulders. I would say that, yeah, like, width of, like, your build can really affect that as well. You're 5'10" with no fat, just very dense muscle and bones. Exactly, yeah, like, I'd say that weight and height aren't really like, carrying them together alone doesn't really give you a good gauge on someone's build. Or a gauge on how fat they are, so to speak. It's like, yeah, it just comes down to like, there's lots of things that go into it. I'm not a dietitian. I don't know why I'm speaking about this like I am, but yeah, it is what it is. You're back. Welcome back, Noah. You're 5'6" and 170 or 170 centimeters and 77 kilos. Oh, okay, yeah. So probably similar-ish build to me, I'd say. Like if I actually took care of my health, like if I actually got exercise and ate properly, then I feel like I would probably be in a similar sort of, like at a similar sort of ratio to you in that case, Rebellion. I feel like with my build, if I ate properly and exercised properly, I would probably be like 85 kilos or so, like 85, maybe 90 kilos. But like Asta from Black Clover with less muscle. Is this pre or post time skip Asta? Because they are very different beasts. Post time skip Asta. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. So the sound effect does work, I guess. Thank you for the 10, Phobic. Yeah, thank you very much. Again, like, you guys don't have to pay me. I'm just a guy who paints shit. I very much appreciate it, though. It's very kind. But yeah, post time skip Asta is fucking terrifying. Like, I remember when I was watching Black Clover, and it was like, that first episode after he becomes like this nugget, that first episode of him, seeing him as a nugget, it looked so wrong. I was like, what the fuck? Close to a pre-time skip. Sound effect is wild. Yeah, it is one of the many sound effect, like it is one of the many things on the on the soundboard in my my like private Discord server with my friends. I think I've mentioned this in the past, I think, but for some reason, like my friend group's Discord server is comprised pretty much entirely of just noises that I've made while we've been playing games. A lot of them have come from things like Lethal Company and that sort of thing, where it's just me screaming. A lot of it's just me sneezing really hard, and then there's noises like that, which I don't even remember the context. Had more time to actually work out, you'd probably be like post-time skip Alistair, miniature brick shit house. That would be terrifying to behold. I feel like if I encountered real life post-time skip Asta, I would just shit. Like that would be so scary. Like those are not human proportions on that thing. Good. In Technic's friend group, you don't have sounds, you have criminal quotes. Yeah, I think everybody who was like in school when Discord became a thing, they have probably got some really bad things like up near, like in the earlier logs of their Discord server, and I think that yeah, there are some things which should not come to light. Thankfully, we don't have those recorded. But yeah, it's just sounds of like that people make while gaming in my Discord, thankfully. Why was I gone for so long, by the way? So, oh, hang on one sec. I need to address this one because I've seen it and it is quite funny. Have I seen a photo of Liver King next to other people? No. I don't know if I want to. I feel like Liver King is fucked up enough to look at when he's isolated. I don't think I need a point of comparison for what real humans look like. Back to your question, Noah. I was having a lot of issues with motivation and mental health and shit for a bit. So it was pretty bad about a month or so ago. Basically, around the time where, like, leading up to when I stopped streaming, and for about a week or two afterwards or so, I was in a pretty rough spot. But I had an appointment with a psychiatrist, which I'd been on the waiting list for over a year for. Trying to see a psychiatrist as an adult, as a new patient, is fucked up, by the way. At least here in Australia, there are so, like, psychiatrists are so booked out that it is actually impossible to get in as a new patient. But yeah, I finally got in, and so I've gotten on like ADHD medication, which is very helpful for like just helping me actually focus on doing the things I want to do. So I've just been able to sort of put my head down, and then I spent a couple of weeks just working on stuff that I had been putting off for a really long time. And so now I'm back in a position where I feel like I'm able to just do the shit I want to do, so it's good. So, long story short, Noah, I was sad, and now I'm on meth, and I'm happy, and we're back. What's the sub goal? And glad I'm doing better now. Yeah, thanks, Noah. Sub goal, haven't really thought about it at the moment, because I know the original sub goal, like the original goal for 1K was painting the Periphean, but depending on things, I might do that beforehand, or I might do that sooner rather than later, but I'm open for ideas for what you guys would want to see at 1K subs as well. By the way, I'm also thinking that with the way I've got the stream set up now, where I've got like the camera, the feed completely isolated from the chat, I should be able to much more easily edit these together into videos, because then I won't have the chat sort of blocking over parts of the footage when I'm trying to edit a video. So I think that maybe I should be able to get back into making videos as well. And I know that videos are the main thing that grow channels on YouTube as well. So yeah, we'll see. I've taken a couple of weeks off from work now. Like I'm at the start of a 2-week holiday from work. So I should have more time to focus on doing shit for the channel now. So we'll see how we go. Like that in America too. Glad you got to see someone. Yeah, no, it is hard to get in. And like, I know that because when I first saw the, and also I feel like there's a bit of a stigma as well against seeing, like psychiatrists and stuff. Because I don't know if this is just me, but I feel like psychiatrists in particular, like as opposed to psychologists, it's like when you, like, if someone is seeing a psychiatrist, there's like a sort of a stigma that they've got like fucked up issues or something and they need to be like sedated. I don't know if that's like just the way I've seen people interpret it, but there's a stigma against going to see a psychiatrist. But I would say that if you've got issues, absolutely see if you can talk to someone, because there was like a big thing that I had was I just felt like I was a defective human just because it's like I have shit that I want to do, but I'm just not doing it. I thought I was just like the worst lazy piece of shit. And there was like a big spiral there. But it is really helpful to talk to people, and like now that I am on Vyvanse, it's like I can actually focus on the shit I want to do, and it's like, okay, maybe I'm not useless, maybe I just needed help there. So yeah. Feels good quote of the day. Talk to someone. That's it. Thanks for coming. If I want any other models to paint on stream, just let me know. 3D print and paint. Yep, I have not forgotten. I've still got a backlog of STLs to print. Like I haven't even printed out the Eldar Titan yet. Was it the Phantom Titan that you gave me? But yeah, I would say like as it stands, I'm probably good for things to paint. Because my goal is I want to get my 2K of Knights functional. So that'll be, essentially, I'll need to have this Arcastus Knight, so that it'll be the Acheron, and then there'll be a Lancer, and then there'll be the Periphean, and I think I can fit one more Armiger in, and that'd be 2K with those ones. And then I'll probably get some more Armigers just to sort of get options. And then I want to get my Tau lineup running, which will be the ones that I have so far. So my Riptide and my Broadside and my Stealth Suits. And then I want to finish my two Battle Force boxes, which are just all battle suits. And then I've got Farsight as well. And I then want to get 3 boxes of Crisis suits so that I can pair Farsight with one and the Commanders with the other 2. And I think that'll also get me to 2K Tau. It's totally a stigma, no joke. It's as bad if not worse in the US. Glad I overcame that stigma. It's totally normal to need someone to talk to. Yeah, I'd say that it's nice, and also it's like weird because I was kind of worried that I was gonna get to the psych and then she'd just like sort of look at me as though I was a specimen, like try to diagnose my shit. Like, well, I guess like she's kind of there to diagnose, but. I don't know, I felt like I was going to be like a guinea pig, like this little freak that she was going to sort of pass down judgment on. But no, it's really chill. It's just like she's talked to lots of people who've had these issues before, and it's just like if you get a good psychiatrist, because I had a couple of bad experiences with a psychologist in the past, not a psychiatrist, granted. But if you get someone who's good, like they will, it is very relieving just being like when they talk to you or when you talk about stuff and they know the direction you're going in, they know what you're about to say. It's like, yep, okay, this is a normal issue to have. It's nice. If you're making a Tau army, you'll need a Manta to bring them into battle. True! Turn that 2k army into a 4k army because the Manta's 2100 points. No, the Manta would be the board that we play on. We just play on the roof of the Manta. And some of these bits are a pain to reach with the dry brush. I'm probably going to need to do what I did with the, or do what I said I was going to do with the torso and come back with a smaller dry brush just to hit some of those recessed areas. But yeah, I reckon this this brown base coat is a good idea for, like, I think this will be a good foundation to work from, especially since we're doing Iron Warriors. So I think it'll just really help with that sort of, that rusty metal aesthetic, even though we're not going to have this as the main thing, but just having bits of this peeking through, especially in our recessed areas, I think this will be good. That's another thing that I'm going to need to figure out what I want to do, is since I've decided that my my knights are like a collection of ex-traitor houses, who sort of come together, like there's like a joint like quest of redemption sort of thing. I need to figure out essentially a house, what would you call it? A house banner that they're going to share between them. So because when I was building this guy, I accidentally did this leg backwards. So this socket is meant to hold onto this, but it's on the outside. So I decided to grab an extra tilt shield, a spare tilt shield from my Questoris box. So I can put that there, and then we'll just have like a house banner on there, I reckon. But I need to figure out, well, I need to come up with a house banner that all the different knights will share among them. And then I'll also need to figure out what heraldry I want to do for the Iron Warriors relations, because Iron Warriors haven't got a lot of heraldry. A lot of their stuff is just like skull and then the number 4 because they're the 4th Legion. GW really said give the trees stilettos. Look, they got to accentuate how long their tree limbs are. But yeah, if you ever go to Japan, you'll be able to fit into spaces. Just have to worry about your tattoos. Yeah, are your tattoos super visible? Because that, or are a lot of them like concealable by sleeves and stuff? Because I'd say that realistically, the like Japanese people are pretty, like from my experience, they seem to be pretty chill with people who have tattoos, or with white people who have tattoos, because it's like they understand that like white person tattoo culture is different. They'd probably apply to black and brown people as well. But I think they'd probably get a bit more nervous with like Asian people with tattoos, just because it's harder for them to draw the line there between, like it's harder to immediately identify an Asian person as a foreigner for them, but actually I say that, but they seem to be really good at it. They seem to be really good at picking when someone is Chinese. From my experience, Chinese tourists are not that popular in Japan among the Japanese people, and they seem to be very good at picking them out. But yeah, I think that you probably don't need to worry too much about your tattoos if you are white. They understand for the most part. The only thing would be going into hot springs. They'd probably be less accepting of. But even then, I've known people who had tattoos who went into the hot springs without any issue. They just would use the little towel to cover their sleeve or something. And you fully messed up the leg the same way he did. Yeah, Soda, it was quite sad. I was like, oh god. As soon as I did it, I realized. But yeah, I don't know if you saw, Soda, but essentially my solution is I grabbed a tilt shield I grabbed a spare tilt shield from my Questoris box, and I'm just gonna have it on there, and no one will be the wiser. You did that on your Castigator? Yeah. The thing was, because I was building this like late at night, and because I was like, okay, I want to have this built so that I can prime it tomorrow, and so I was really rushing through it, and that wasn't the only mistake I made, Soda. I also fucked up the placement of these round panels, so the leg was a complete right leg, so you can see here, it's a little crunchy in there, because essentially, the next day I spent about an hour with my knife and my pin drill, trying to drill out and remove that section so that I could then push the other one out from the inside and swap these little panels around. Because they were fully plastic cemented in. No, yeah, it was very sad. I was not happy. Not my brightest moment. Battle damage, true. Iron Warriors really don't have any icons, but a lot of hazard stripes. Yeah, that's the big thing. It's like hazard stripes, the number 4, and then they've got like their main Legion icon, which is the skull, and the heresy one is the skull on the 8-pointed star. But yeah, otherwise, like, I guess I'm more free to sort of dedicate it to like, I guess I'm more free to do other stuff, but I guess since it's sided with Iron Warriors, in a way, I don't necessarily need to go all out with the symbolism. I can have a couple of things reminiscent of whatever old house I want to have it allocated to, but then otherwise I can just focus more on things like the like kill markers and that sort of thing. Just the more practical applications of the heraldry, which I guess also fits in line with Iron Warrior associations. But yeah, like at the end of the day, it's not an Iron Warriors knight, it's a knight that was aligned with the Iron Warriors, so it'll still have its own stuff bleeding through. But you miss your airbrush? I've been airbrushing a fair bit in the past couple of weeks, just like on my side projects. Like I think you guys have seen it in passing when I like go over to my airbrush station. A couple of times there's been like a half-built anime figure there, so I airbrushed that, and I feel like I've gotten a lot better at using my airbrush because I was doing a lot of work there, just like with the airbrush and masking tape and stuff, and like trying to do skin tones. Use your airbrush so often now you'd be lost with that one. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier, and also just like being like, I mainly use it for priming, but it's so nice just being able to prime so evenly and hit all those little bits. Yeah, I reckon at some point I want to improve on my painting setup again, so that I have my main painting setup somewhere where my airbrush can be used without gassing out my room. Because if I can achieve that, then I'll probably use my airbrush more often for regular painting applications as well. Because like as it stands, I have to like go over to I have to like go over here, like to my second painting setup there, and like try to it involves putting on my headset, going into funny mic moment, and then just like you guys putting you in the wind tunnel. And it's not an ideal setup. So I reckon, yeah, at some point I need to figure out a solution to that. And honestly, that might just involve moving my entire painting setup down over there, because then I can take my PC with my good microphone over there and all that sort of thing. But the issue is it's not in like an enclosed room, it's in a hallway with tile flooring, so the acoustics of it aren't great. Makes you feeling better. You shelled up for another castigator kit to get a new leg. You're poor. No. Oh, that is rough. Those things are expensive. You couldn't, you weren't able to, oh, I guess because it's, yeah, the bit where it sticks out the side isn't really something that you can pull apart and reassemble neatly. But, I mean, surely you could use a little bit of super glue or milliput or green stuff or something to build up that bit that holds it in, and then you can either carve that down or do what I did and use it to attach a tilt shield or a banner or something. Bit late for that advice, but thanks. No, but at least this means that, because if you're getting a second kit to do it, would that, oh no, never mind, I see, you haven't built it yet, so you can still transfer the bung leg over to the new one and then build, okay, yeah. So you'll still have 4 usable legs in the end. I wasn't sure if this meant you were going to end up scrapping one leg or not, but yeah. Now that you've got the, yeah, with the second, okay, I'm with you. On the bright side, it means you'll have 2 castigators. Built-in paint to the thing forever ago. Oh, okay. In that case, wouldn't you have, Oh, okay, so you're not necessarily trying to repair the old one, you're just getting a new one so that you can do the leg right? What, Chili, what's up, Noah? What's up? Got my attention. You're gonna base your tree lord off the Duncan Creek cedar. That is an awfully specific tree that I'm not familiar with. Knights? I'm sorry, Noah. You can put an asterisk next to the word knights, and that does not help me at all in understanding what you're trying to say. Don't know if you remember before the break you blamed for having not enough models and they have close to 90 to paint, you're also poor. No, that can't be right, Dipper. That cannot be right. I don't believe, no. Surely I'm not the kind of person to bully someone for not having enough models. Actually, I know for a fact that the phrase weak effort is something that I use quite often. I am sorry, Dipper. I am so sorry. Partially, you do it to me. Okay, Noah. You cannot blame me for bullying you about models. You basically asked me to. Nuh-uh. Arguments with a child. It's been too long. I miss this feeling. Oh, you've been telling me to get the lion. I am not going to get the lion, Soda. Is not for me, at least at the moment. Maybe once I get to the point where I've actually started doing the Space Marines that I have in the Leviathan kit, like once I get to the point of actually filling them out, I might go back and get the lion. But as it stands, GW is not getting any Space Marine sales from me. Fuck 'em. I'm doing my part. We all need to boycott Space Marine sales so that GW actually releases real models for 40k. If they want to release Space Marines, let them release Space Marines in Horus Heresy. They can have their Saturnine Space Marines. We don't need more Space Marine releases. We don't need Primarchs coming back to 40k. Primarchs belong in the Horus Heresy. 40k is the only setting that has Xenos, and the Xenos don't fucking get new models. They don't get any models. It's about sending a message. We can't let GW just beat us into the ground like this. Should make more knights true and real. Wait, but Soda, what do you mean? We got a new knight recently. It's a new Questoris, and they're putting it in a separate kit from the old Questoris, even though all that's different is it has a shield generator on top. But you need to buy a different box. They didn't just update the old Questoris box to have the additional sprues. No. You need to buy a different box if you want to get it. That's what we wanted, right? That's what all the Knights players were asking for, was a new Questoris in a separate box from the regular Questoris box, right? They should drop a plastic Atropos. Is the Atropos the other Arcastus? Oh, did I just knock out my internet cable? Are we still live? Uh-oh. And I did just punch my cable. Okay, no, I'm still seeing chat. We're good. Yeah, because the Atropos is just the silly-looking version of the Periphean. His arms are too big. I haven't bought new models in a while, just due to GW being GW. I have bought new model recently, but I was doing my part. It was Commander Farsight, and that's because every time over the past couple of years that I've checked Farsight, he's been out of stock, but then I checked the other day and he was in stock, and I was like, fuck it. I get him now, and then we start thinking about what we're going to do with our Tower Army. Also, the Farsight model is just fucking beautiful. Like, it's such a nice looking model. The base is really cool. Gropos is a Cerastus Knight, is it? Which Cerastus is it? I thought there were only 3 Cerastus. What loadout does it have? Wait, and so they don't have a plastic Atropos? they only did plastic updates for the Lancer, Acheron, and Castigator? What? Plastic Arcastus Knight would be a baller. It would be. It'd be a lot physically lighter than my resin one that I printed, which I did not hollow a lot of the parts for, so it's just a brick. Armed with a las cutter and a graviton cannon. Ooh, that's cool. So I guess it's much more... so it's got like the actual heresy weapons and shit with the graviton cannon. Oh, man, speaking of heresy weapons, that just jumped me back to thinking about the fact that you can't overwatch with this flamer because it's a Titanic Knight. So the only knight that has a flamer that can overwatch is the Armiger Moirax, because it's got like a rad weapon, which is torrent. So that's like, rad weapons are more like, see, this is how my brain got here. But so because rad weapons are like heresy era weaponry. So if you have this Armiger Moirax, it has a flamer which you can overwatch with, but it's shit. It's 1d6 attacks, that's it. There's no like +2 or anything like that. It's just 1d6 attacks. You can overwatch with this flamer and get one hit. Added on to the fact that it's an Armiger, so it's just going to get one shot by an anti-tank squad. And the fact that the other Armigers are just way better. Every time you hear Castigator, the Sisters Battle tank comes to mind, you get really confused. I'm not familiar enough with the Sisters Battle vehicles. The only ones that I really know are things like the Penitent engine, and then the mech suit that the actual Sisters drive. I know like nothing. I know like nothing else about the Sisters vehicles. Plastic Atropos and Arcastus would be a huge rip for the people who bought the resin models. True, and that is why I did not buy the resin model of the of the Arcastus Perivian. That was like $700, $800. I am not doing that. Moirax is slightly better at melee. Yeah, but if you're going to be running a Moirax, or if you're going to be running a Moirax for melee, you may as well just run a Warglaive instead, because then you get the melter damage bonus from being up there and like punching the shit out of people, and then it's actually got anti-tank shit as well. Like the Warglaive, I feel like, is just a beast. A new Armiger variant, not another Questoris like what we got. Yeah, like, it's crazy that there are only, like, there are 2.5 Armiger variants for Imperial Knights, because if we, like, because there's the goddamn Wheezy, the Moirax. That's the half that I'm going. It's the 2.5 Armiger variants for Imperial Knights, and there's like 5 or 6 War Dog variants for Chaos. Like, come on. Like, that's so cool. Why can we not have that on both sides? Armiger Moirax is way more versatile with their loadout options, but Helverins and Warglaives are such great specialists that general work is nothing for them too. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, they're just so cool. They're just really strong. They're so nice. Speaking of being great specialists, holy shit! In those games that I played last week against my friends, my Helverin did work. Holy shit! That guy just sat in the back line, just fucking blasting people. His range is yes. Like, if he can see you, he can probably shoot you. It's so good. And if you sit him in base, then he hits all flyers on 2-ups. Like, what? Ranged knights are fun. Yeah, I was really surprised at like how strong like ranged knight gameplay was. I thought for sure there would be like a mid-range slash melee sort of army, and then my and then my Helverin was just blasting people across the map. It was like, what the fuck? I thought this was all going to be like close the distance while gunning them down and then fuck them up in melee. Knight Crusader go brrr. Is that the one with the 2 like heavy autocannons or whatever? And oh, hang on, and it's got the really cool bondsman ability as well, doesn't it? I was looking at this, I completely forgot what its bondsman ability is, but it has a bondsman ability that's really good for using with Helverins, isn't it? Because I feel like that's one thing I was considering doing, was getting a Knight Crusader, giving it the enhancement that lets it bond with 2 armigers instead of 1, and then just having him sit in the back line with 2 Helverins and just gun people down. That shit would be so good. Or is he the one where his bond ability makes the dudes next to him? Oh, no. I was thinking I could either do that, or I could run the knight, the new knight, the defender or whatever it is, the one with the shield around it, and just have it push into centerboard with 2 Helverins and just have them like be a firing squad. Could also be a good one. Avenger Gatling Cannon, Rapid Fire Battle Cannon, or Thermal Cannon, bondsman ability, range attacks get +1 to hit. Right, yeah. Yeah, like you give him the thing that lets him bond to 2 armigers instead of 1, and you just have him with 2 buddies just sitting back killing people. Like that shit is that seems crazy. Provided you have line of sight. If it's a pretty close quarters map, that's a bit of a rip for the armigers at least, but since he's towering, he can see through all of that shit anyway. He'd still be gunning people down. Gets sustained hits on all weapons. Doesn't move. Oh, crazy. I'm assuming that it's just sustained 1. As a Votan, Blair, you welcome the Knight's meta. Why is that? A Votan really good anti-tank? Or is this just because Knights like Votan are historically underappreciated? Trade very well into Knights. Right, okay. Yeah, I'm very keen to get my Tau up and running as well, though, because it seems like there's lots of really cool shit you can do with Tau. Like, just, they seem so fucking versatile. Like, the options you have on crisis suits is crazy. Like, you can set up anything for them. Because it's like, the way that I want to do it is I want to have 3 sets of crisis suits, 1 of each variant. I put Commander Farsight on the Melter version. I put an Enforcer Captain or an Enforcer Commander on the Flamer version. and then I put a Cold Star Commander on the Pulse Blaster, whatever it's called version, the longer ranged anti-infantry. And then what you've got is you've got divers with Farsight who are just fucking killing like high priority targets. And then you've got your flamers just sitting midfield or sitting in choke points. And they're really hard to hit because they've got an enforcer on them and they're just running shield drones. And then you've got your fucking, your men, the Cold Star group with their anti-infantry just zooming around blasting people. Have I seen the new Death Stranding game? All I know, Medic, is that Pekora is in it and she is essential to the plot, and I think that's fucking hilarious. Pekora, it's a VTuber from HoloLive. She is a rabbit girl, Usada Pekora, and the guy, the Mr. Death Stranding, Mr. Metal Gear, I forgot his name because I'm a heathen. He is a very big fan of her, so he put her in the game. Kojima, yeah, that's it, yeah. Kojima the goat. Yeah, he's just a big fan of this one VTuber, and so he just put her in his game as like an important character. It's just like nice. Respect. Also, he's got like the hidden document of all of his ideas in case he dies unexpectedly. Why is this man talking about anime girls? Oh, Jacko, it's because Medic asked about about Death Stranding 2, so I was talking about how Pekora is in it, and I think that's fucking hilarious. Check in general, watch the video, skip to 12 minutes, 10 seconds, and Kojima's vision. I am scared. Hang on, I'm just gonna mute desktop audio so I don't get murdered by YouTube. Where are we? I think it's gonna hit you with another ad the second I try to skip. Okay. Okay, I think these 10 seconds are enough, okay? We love Hideo Kojima. This guy just makes whatever the fuck he wants. This is what we need. One sec, you Googling this? Yeah, Jack. Pekora, like HoloLive Usada Pekora is like, yeah, she's like fully in it. It's not just her voice. Like, she's got a full model in there, and you can also like get like posters of her to decorate your room with. Like, she's an actual character in it. He's a big fan. How many feet scans did it take to make Death Stranding 2? We can only guess. Only Hideo Kojima knows this. Those scans are all saved on his private PC. Something else is at the end of the fight, a big baby falls from the sky and the villain sings a little song and gets eaten by the big baby. Then the big baby gives a thumbs up to Daryl Dixon. What the fuck? Look, this is what games need to be. We need to go back to people making batshit insane things because it's fun. We don't need another... Like, we don't need any more copy-paste Ubisoft open world, like, RPGs where it's just like, the HUD is the same every time, the gameplay is whatever. We need, like, we need Hideo Kojima fever dreams where the gameplay mechanics change every 10 minutes, nothing makes sense, but it all ties together somehow. That's what we need. Games need to go back to being goofy. Watch the video at 1840. It's peak. 1 sec. Like, I will look at this, but I need to I need to not have this just turn into a me watching clips of Death Stranding 2 stream, because otherwise we will not get anything done, because I know for a fact that that entire game is just going to be a shit show of like wild shit. 1840, you said? Oh, that's a YouTube ad being embedded into Discord. Awesome. Okay. Oh, this is the bit you just... Oh my god. Is he trying to lullaby the big baby to sleep so it doesn't eat him? What the fuck? What is going on here, though? How long does this segment go? Oh my god. Could have two things, it would be Evolve and Anthem not being shit. Hey, I will not take any Evolve slander. Okay, that was quite crazy, that, by the way. I am an Evolve lover. In fact, if you go back through my channel, back when I was originally getting into streaming, one of the games I streamed was Evolve. Like, that shit was... I love that game. That game got fucked over by 2K. Also, my lord and savior, Matt Colville, was the writer for Evolve. He was the lead writer. It got shafted so hard. They marketed it to the wrong people. 2K just fucked it over with all the microtransactions. Oh, it... genuinely tragic. I loved that game so much. But the issue is, we'll never get to see it again, because the way game companies work when they, or like publishers work when they terminate a game, is they sentence it to death, and it will never come back because they just hoard the IP rights like a fucking dragon, so no one can no one can get the IP and make something with it, because they're gonna have to pay like a fortune to get the rights. So they're just... it's so much lost media, it's fucked. I was literally playing Evolve after it was shut down with some wacky shenanigans. True and real. It is still possible to play Evolve right now. You just need to have bought the original version of it. You need to have bought it, like played it before it became free to play, and then you can play it peer to peer with friends. You just can't unlock shit. Like XP doesn't work, but you can still play the game. It's just you play Legacy Evolve, not Evolve Stage 2. So it's on the bigger maps, and it's the version where you throw the dome rather than the dome being centered on the monster when you cast it, and the dome is also only usable by the trapper as opposed to just anybody holding F. So, arguably, the better version of Evolve. The version of Evolve where the trapper actually felt like they had a unique mechanic beyond just harpooning the monster. I think that was also when the support cloaked the entire team instead of just giving a big shield to everyone. Also going to get slightly controversial. Stop killing games. Hey, how about them pirate softwares? No, but I just don't agree that bigger maps and Trapper being a real class are the best. Alright, Charles is Trapper main. Was I a Trapper? No, because I mostly played Monster. But I guess when I played, I would play... No, I was a support guy. You liked Bugman? Oh, actually, yeah, no. I would play... My top hunters were Slim for healer. Or for medic, I'd play Slim. But I'd mainly play support, because I really liked Bucket. I really liked Cabot. I think Cabot was one of my main go-tos. Hank was fun, but I never really got into him. I really liked Sunny as well, actually. Sunny was a lot of fun. Yeah, I wasn't a huge assault guy. Trapper? I don't know. I don't even really know if I played a lot of... Actually, I really liked Crow. I really liked playing Crow. Just because he's a pest. It's just really annoying. I don't even think Crow's that good, but he's just so irritating to play against. Like, you're just chilling as the monster on the other side of the map. Gobby spots you, and then Crow just will, like, deal, like, 1% of your health through armor from, like, 200 meters away. It's just like, fuck off, man. It was a Crow artificial weak spot guy. No. So Val made weak spots with her sniper rifle, and then otherwise it was Torvald with his shrapnel mine that would also make a bunch of weak spots. Crow was the guy, he had the sniper rifle, which would overcharge, and he could either shoot you with a stasis shot, charging it increased duration, or he could shoot you with a regular bullet, and if he overcharges it, it just damages health directly rather than dealing damage to the armor. And then his unique thing was he threw out the bird, and the bird would find you. Yeah, I don't think there were any other characters that made weak spots beyond Val and Torvald. Virgo, so scary as a monster. Yeah, he's just annoying. Because you'll just be chilling, and then he just tickles you across the map, or he'll just tag you with like half a second of slow when you try to jump. You remember if the monster ever got to stage 2, it's just better to leave. Yeah, the main thing is just because it had so much armor, you need, like, the only time you realistically had a shot against stage 3 monster was if it was, like, a third of its max health when it hit stage 3. And you had respawns. But yeah, like, fighting stage 3 was hard. Especially if they were playing one of the fucked up monsters, like, we can all agree Evolve was not balanced. Some monsters were, like, not all monsters were created equally. I think we can all agree that Gorgon and Elder Kraken should not have been a thing or at least they should not have been as powerful as they were. As someone who played a lot of Gorgon, that thing was fucking broken. Unbelievably overpowered. And Elder Kraken just kills everything. Yeah, those two monsters were just obscene. Yo! Hey, Lyle. How you going, mate? Is this a Drac printed mini? No, this one I paid an arm and a leg to buy this one from James Workshop. Well, during beta, there was a long delay before you could get control of your character post-drop, and you get stage 1 monster spawn camp sometimes. Didn't work against better teams, if you recall correctly. Now, a funny one was, because I think in beta, the monster could start with 3 points. It was 2 or 3 points, and so people would go all in on Wraith's Abduct, and they'd steal someone from the air as they're falling out of the dropship. So they'd steal them out of the air, take them like 200 meters away, and then pounce attack them and just get a free down immediately. Oh. That's not good. Just lost a bristle in there. Being a little bit too rough with my brush there. Need to chill a little bit. I was hoping that I'd be able to get into all the little spaces I missed with this one, but I got a little over ambitious. So messed up, always nab a Lazarus player or something too. Yeah. Man, Lazarus was like the most infuriating thing to play against as a monster. Especially in old Evolve, like in Stage 1 Evolve, or in Legacy Evolve, because that was back when the support cloaked people. So Lazarus could, he could personal cloak, and then he could, when that wears off, he gets cloaked by the support, and so then, while his personal cloak's on cooldown, he's cloaked as well. It's just, permanently invisible. It's also frustrating to have on your team because you'll be fighting the monster and he is nowhere to be seen because he does not want to fuck with the monster at all. Oh, Lazarus made weak points as well, actually, because he had the rapid fire weak points now, sniper rifle. So it was similar to Val's sniper, except the weak points didn't give as much of a damage bonus. What loadout are you using for Rastus? I'm running. This is going to be an Acheron. So this is the one that is absolute dog shit on the tabletop. But I don't care. It looks very cool. Oh, I forgot to do the inside of the cockpit. We'll just use the big brush for this one. It's quick and dirty. Recently started doing 16/8 fasting. What does that mean? Hours of the day, no food. I assume that would include your sleep. That does seem painful though. Does that mean you just like only eat during one section of the day, or you just like you're able to like break it up? Noon to 8 p.m. is food time. I see. And so, what is the goal of that? Is it just something to do, or what's the idea behind it? I should say. No breakfast, no late night snacks. I feel like surely breakfast is super important though. Because that's like how you get the energy for your brain to work during the day, no? Gonna do it for about a month, see if you possibly wait and decide if you want to continue or want to change something about it. Right. Yeah, I feel like, again, I don't know anything about your situation, so don't want to sound like I'm preaching or anything, but I would say that the main thing to focus on would be, I would focus more on your well-being over your weight or your that sort of thing, because I know that when I was talking to the psychiatrist, one of the very big things she emphasized was make sure you eat a big breakfast when you're now that you're on medication, because it can be very tiring thinking about things. Your brain needs a lot of energy to function, and breakfast is really important for that. So I feel like one thing to be careful of would be potentially just jeopardizing your ability to function, or think about things efficiently during the day. You don't have any energy in the morning. But again, might work for you. I'm sure it works for, like, I'm sure that, like, that diet exists probably because it works for people. But yeah. Main thing, take care of yourself. Wake up at 5 in the morning, drink a couple of black tea, go to work, do your first break at 9, then continue. Those are long days. That's fucked up. I don't think I can bring myself to wake up at 5. After a week or two, you feel worse, you go back to your normal ways. Yeah, that's a healthy way of looking at it, yeah. Never hurts to try anything. And again, yeah, it might work for you. Mainly to get you to stop eating so you're going about it, and you're going about it this way. Don't dive all in, you'll just stay on the shore. Yeah, fair enough. It can be very hard to make changes, and I think, yeah, drastic change is it's a good way of sort of like mentally separating things. It's like, okay, you can very easily recognize the change when it's a big change, so it's easier to respect it as well. Oh, well, where have you been? Yeah, hey, Silver. I have been sort of sorting out some of my own shit for the past month or so. Yeah, was in a rough spot, doing pretty well now. So just trying to get back into the swing of things. How have you been? Work days 6:15 to 4:15. Thankfully, you live just down the road for your jump, so you don't have to drive 45 minutes like some of your co-workers. 6:15 to 4:15 is hard though. Like, that is a 10-hour day with a really early start. Like, that's fucked. Okay, that should be base coats for most of our main sections done now. You know, have great conversations about your jobs. I can imagine. I'll just check back on the panels and the banners just to make sure I got nice coverage on them, because I know I didn't have a lot to hold them by, so I was sort of missing some bits. I think the backs of these panels, and the rims of these panels as well, actually, yeah. Honestly, so much better than your old schedule at restaurants being 2 p.m. to 10 or 11 p.m. Those ones are hard as well, though. Yeah. Also, from what I've heard, like service jobs, like specifically like food service and that sort of thing, I don't think I could bring myself to do that. That just seems like a horrible experience. Like, I do customer service already, but it's not customer service where the people are hungry and angry, and it's just like, oh yeah, no, that seems really rough as well in its own right. Also, you make minimum wage at your company, and that's $13 more than your state minimum. $30 an hour is nice for a beginner. That does seem quite nice. 30 US is quite good. Get 32 now. Ooh, nice. Federal minimum is like 7 to 8. What? No. 7 to 8 is... No, you're lying. That is not real. I refuse to believe that US federal minimum wage is $7 to $8. You've been good. Picked up Leviathan box set, Crude Army box set, Run Effects, Tervagon, Green, Scurricula, and a squad of Infernus Marines. Oh, nice. I finished building and priming that Tyrannifex that I had started working on before I took my break. That kit fucking sucks. It is 90% fucking mold lines. It is so bad. It's actually the worst. It is made of, like, it has mold lines running, like, top to bottom, like, everywhere. It is so gross. Genuinely so upsetting to build, because I spent so long cleaning that shit up. Such a cool model, such a bad mold. $7.25 federal. Current federal minimum wages $7.25 per hour. Plus to cover non-exempt workers. That's crazy. That's actually so gross. What? Like, that is not a living wage. Tipped employees minimum cash wage is $2.13. They must ensure the total wage including tips reaches at least federal minimum. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I know you've all heard this a million times. I don't care. I'm gonna say it. Tipping culture is a scourge. That is actually just like, what? It should not be on the customer to make up the like the employee's wage. That is not the customer's job to pay the employee. Yours went together okay, didn't have the instructions either. Oh, you know, I feel like the Tyrannifex fits together all right, but hang on, I wonder if it's visible on the in the booth there. So if you look at him, because the way like the panels on his I'm just gonna use this to point. Oh, hang on, no, that doesn't work. What can I use to? Hang on, let's pull this up to. We'll pull this up to the top here. So if I use this to point with the corner of it, you can see like where that seam is, or like at the top edge of his carapace there. It's like two bits that fit together, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, where those spikes are. And so, like, there's a seam that runs down that, and it goes between the spikes, and the mold line's really visible, so you need to do that. There's like a mold line that runs, so there are mold lines that split all of these things on his back in half. All three sets of those are split in half, like down the sides and shit there, and over the top, so I need to clean that up. There's this really gross one that like loops around the carapace on his tail. The guns were horrific. Yeah, no, there's just like... I did not have a good time with that. Be close to starvation. Went and got food the other day. I'll tip 25%. That's crazy. Some of your waitresses were making $1,000 to $2,000 in tips on Valentine's Day. That's also not good. Like, it's not good that that's just like, this is like an acceptable part of how commerce works over there. It's just like, yeah, we just get like direct deposits from the customers to our pocket. That's just how it works. That's normal. That's expected, in fact. Australian places trying to sneak in a tipping charge are gross as fuck. Yeah, I can't think of any places where I've encountered that, but Australia has a really bad habit of like picking all of the worst parts about US culture and going, yes, we want these, and trying to import all of that. I don't know why, but it's just like, it is gross. Like, I have no issue with something like a cafe having like a glass jar on the counter as like the tipping jar, and there's just like, it's optional. It's like, hey, I've got some change. I enjoyed the service. You guys really went up and above and beyond. Here, I'll put this in the jar. You split that up however you want. I think that that's fine for like a cafe to have as just like a nice little thing. I don't think that tips should be like integrated into how commerce works. Mostly appears with QR code ordering places. Really? That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I haven't encountered that. Pay attention next time I'm at a place that uses QR codes for that. Found the Tyranid Biotitan for $173 and the Flying Titan for Harridan at $150. You'll have them in your collection in 2 months. What a steal! Now, I don't know how you manage it, Silver. You are just like all of the giant models, they just find their way home to you. love Titans. I don't blame you. I love Imperial Knights and Tau battle suits. The big models are the coolest models. It's just the way it is. You get to like put all the work into like the tiny details, and they're really visible on the board. Right, like, well, I guess not just on the board, but just like on the table or whatever you're doing. It's just really cool being able to look at the model and see all the little bits that pop out. So satisfying. It's very rewarding. I feel like painting like smaller minis en masse doesn't feel as rewarding with all the little details because they're not as immediately apparent from a distance. And the nice thing about the big models is not only do they have the details that are apparent from a distance, if you get in close and have a look, they still have all the little details as well. So there's lots of little things that you can work on to pick out. So it's like, it looks impressive from afar, and then you get in close and you see even more. I told the viewers that we played tabletop. Yeah, I mentioned it a few times earlier on. I don't think everyone was here for that, but yeah, I told them that we played last week and that we'll be playing again tomorrow. Quite keen. How much is this model? I don't remember off the top of my head how much I spent on it. I feel like it was probably around 250 to 300 Australian. I don't know how much that will be in current exchange rates. But I got this one earlier in the year. But yeah, it definitely was not cheap. So you saw how they added like 30 bucks to night kits? No. When? What did they, these motherfuckers, when did they do that? I'm going to commit a crime. About 218, 220 US. I see. Yeah, so definitely not cheap. But also, yeah, I got this a while ago. Exchange rate would have been different back then. But yeah, still not amazing. Like, Australian prices for imported items generally are not nice. Okay, I think that's going to be most of the bits we're wanting to do. Brown base coat. That used to be 170, now they're 200. That's US as well, that's crazy. And add on to the fact that they've also, that GW's also reduced the points value of knights, so you need more knights to make an army. Sneaky, sneaky. And they've split, and as mentioned before, the Questoris is now split into 2 kits instead of 1. So if you're someone who's building a Questoris and you want to magnetize it with all the different loadout options, that's not possible with just 1 kit, because some of the loadout options are locked behind a separate box, which is, yeah, we love it. We love some dastardly decision making. from James Workshop. For two new weapons and a face. Oh, it gets a face? That's awesome. Okay, that is definitely worth a new box in that case. Yeah, look. You know how much effort goes into making a new faceplate for an Imperial Knight? Like, that is no small feat. Depending on what it looks like, they might even need to have, like, a new 3D model to start from for that. They can't, like... If it's a different shape, then they'd need to actually sculpt that in, like, in Blender or something, as opposed to just loading up the old one and cutting chunks out of it. So, look, respect. That's assuming that the new model or the new face is actually a different shape to the old ones, and not just, you know, one where they loaded up the old STL and then cut some chunks out of it and drew some new bits on here and there. But I mean, GW wouldn't do that. As soon as your Eldar starts coming in, you decide to buy the Phantom, 2 Revenants, and 2 Wraith Knights. Nice. That's going to be a lot of big boys. Silver, do you need a grandson? Technic's putting himself up for adoption right now. Hey, I think we could be good to start overbrushing with Leadbelcher, see how that comes out. Yeah, I'm not sure how perfect it's going to be, but we'll give it a shot and see what it looks like. I might actually demo run that on the insides of the cabin first, somewhere where it's going to be a bit more inconspicuous. I might have to make a blend of like Leadbelcher plus Rhinox hide just to get it into the sort of range that I want it to be. But yeah, what I think we'll do is we'll do a little bit of an overbrush on one of these panels and we'll sponge with the other and we'll see what we prefer the aesthetic of. Let's get a little bit of this Leadbelcher onto the dry palette. Come on. Please. I know you're in there. There we are. So, let's just clean off excess moisture that we've got, the excess brown off the end of this big dry brush. Still got a lot in there. Just need to do a little bit of cleaning out. Oh, might be getting there. Oh, no, never mind. There's still a heat there. So honestly, might not be too bad. Yeah, honestly, not too bad. Because I really need to push to get that shit out. So I reckon we'll go a little bit of moisture, clean that out. Yeah, that'll be enough to start picking up the Leadbelcher and just give it a shot at least. About that much. Let's see how this looks. So just eyeballing it. I reckon we probably don't want to overbrush, because right now this is more of an overbrush that I'm doing. Probably want to pull it back to more of a dry brush. That way we'd get sort of dustier look, and I think that'll really work with the brown underneath. Hard to say, because I think I sort of got the consistency a bit wrong first up. I think this isn't the worst though, and we can always come back afterwards and sponge on some more brown. Break it up. I might just try that again on the other one and just see how it looks. So just get a bit of moisture. Pick up a little bit of lead belcher. Most of it. And just start dry brushing that on. Oh, actually, I think this is quite nice. The issue will be getting into the recesses, but I think this could be pretty good. Just need to be really sparing with the use of the lead belcher. I think I do quite like this. And we can probably use some dry pigments towards the end as well, just to really pick out certain parts, make it look really rusty. But yeah, I like that. We compare that to the first one as well. I think it's much more sort of Iron Warriors coded, where it's like, it's not super bright, but it's clearly metallic, but it's not bright. I think we're going to stick to that. So just needs to make sure it's a very very pulled back metallic dry brush that we're doing. So I guess we'll start it off on fuck it, let's start it off on the legs, because we can always start down low where it's going to get covered up with weathering anyway, and then sort of sort out how much we'll need. Would be good. Just take it easy, just gentle brushing. Yeah, I think I like this. Probably just want to actually try to use it more like a dry brush rather than over brushing, so we're just going to try to hit the edges. Tells you an energy drink freak. No, I don't think I have ever had an energy drink before. Because in school, there's always those, like, the guys who would, like, show up to the sleepover or whatever, with, like, a Monster or something similar. And it just smells so sickly sweet that it smells revolting. So no, I've never had any of them. Never even have it. No, that shit smells foul. I don't need to put that in my body. It's gross. Like, if it smells so sweet that that I'm wincing, I am not going to drink that shit. White Monster goes crazy at 6 AM. Look, to each their own. That shit smells putrid to me, and I don't want to touch it. I don't know if it was just like the flavors that like the boys were having in high school that were like particularly egregious, but every time I have smelt a monster, it has been like the most like it has triggered my fight or flight. It just smells like syrup. Drink ants but won't drink a white monster or vodka Red Bull. True and real. Also, Jack, you drink ants as well, and you said you liked it. You can no longer pass judgment about the ants. That I'm doing now is the twin chain blade and the fire pike. I don't know if it's a fire pike. It's some kind of flamer though, yeah. Which I've said this several times over the course of the stream now. I think it was all before you joined though. But it is so tragic that this knight in the tabletop is tagged as Titanic, so it can't even overwatch with its flamer. What is the point? Picking shit up, didn't even get an ant in your glass. But you said that I'm pretty sure I recall you saying maybe I should have gotten one afterwards. But also, a lot of that argument was just that you had decided that gin was just bad in general, and then you drank that, you're like, hey, this is actually kind of good. So, just like to say that, first of all, congratulations, your taste in alcohol might not actually be as as childish and skewed towards candy water as I originally thought. So, congratulations. But also, actually, I don't even know where I was going with that, but yeah, congratulations. I lost my train of thought. I was going to lead that into something, but I completely lost it because I was just remembering that prior to that debate, you were like, yeah, wine sucks. Yeah, beer sucks. Yeah, spirits suck. It's like, what do you drink? Actually, I don't even know. Was soju one of the things you liked or no? I feel like soju would be something that you drink. Can you want to explain what the use case of this knight even is? Cheaper than Canis Rex. Yeah, but any like any bloody any Questoris knight is cheaper than the Canis Rex. Could just use them instead. Like, this has slightly more wounds than a Questoris and is a little bit faster than a Questoris. But also its bondsman ability doesn't even seem that great. It's just like you pair it with a warglaive, and then that warglaive now forces battle shock tests when it goes into melee with people. Soju's pretty meh. Okay, good. That's a valid take, Jack. That is a valid take. Soju is back to my comments about energy drinks. I feel like soju is just candy water, but it also has this like really nasty, like really just raw, like bad alcoholic undertone. Like, I feel like spirits generally, when you taste the alcohol, it's like a clean alcoholic taste. But soju, like, it's just like, I don't know how to explain it. The way the alcohol sort of comes through, it's It's like when you go to the toilet at your like at your grandparents, and they've got that like air freshener in there, and it's like instead of the toilet smelling like shit, it now smells like shit and lemon. Like that's like that is what soju is like for me. That's my opinion of soju. It's a very visceral smell, and you sort of regret me making you imagine it. That is my opinion. That is what soju is like for me. It is the drink version of that, where it's like the alcohol is not good enough quality to enjoy drinking, so they've gone and they've put these like fruit flavors over the top. And it's just like the alcohol just comes through anyway. So you've just got this really sweetish sort of like fruity flavor, and then this bad alcoholic undertone. I reckon what we'll do is we'll do the sort of the lighter dusting of lead belcher on the frame, and then or like on the chassis, and then we'll go for something like some stronger silvers on the on the armor panels, and then we can always pair them back later on. Please respect vodka, it's honest. I'm not sure how the fuck people will put that in pasta though. I've never heard of people using vodka in pasta. I'm willing to believe it. But the thing is, you say vodka's honest. Sure. It, like... if people are drinking vodka just so they can get drunk, that's like, okay. That's at least you're being honest about why you're drinking vodka. But if people are drinking vodka because they like the taste of vodka, that's just like you don't have a palate for spirits. That's just like, okay, you just want to taste the alcohol and nothing else. It's like, okay, it's a little weird. Like, if you want to have a nice tasting spirit, go gin. It's the step of like, if you're having vodka, you may as well have gin if you're drinking it just to taste it. Because gin is made in the exact same way as vodka, but they just add flavorants to it afterwards. So you get like aromats like juniper and that sort of thing coming through, and it actually makes it interesting. It's not just, you know, the raw alcohol. What does it actually taste like? Because as far as you're aware, vodka just tastes like ethanol. Yeah, that's because vodka doesn't have any aromats in it. It is literally just distilled alcohol. Like, they haven't gotten to the, like... I think I've explained this on stream before, but vodka is gin that they remove from the process before they add the aromats to it. So they go through the process of making the alcohol, and they get to like... let's say step 4 is where they put the flavoring in. They pull it out at step 3. They've made the alcohol and then they pull it out. That is vodka. Moscow, you're just here for Moscow Mules. Hang on. I think I'm pretty sure I know which one this is. If I'm correct, then I'm gonna say that the Moscow Mule is just an inferior version of the Dark and Stormy. I'll just make sure we're talking about the same thing though, Because there's something that's a common one. I'm pretty sure I'm this vodka fresh lime. Yeah, I'm pretty sure because is dark rum, ginger beer, and lime. Yeah. Moscow Mule, in my opinion, it's solid, but the Dark and Stormy is way better because instead of vodka, you're running some kind of spiced rum. So it's really nice. We've had this conversation? Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, I just had to refresh my memory because I couldn't remember if it was the same thing. But yeah, like, I like Moscow Mule. It's solid. But if I have the option of having a Dark and Stormy instead, I'm going Dark and Stormy. Haven't heard of Dark and Stormy. Might have to try it. Sounds good. Yeah, it again, as with most things, it comes down to the quality of the alcohol that they're using it with. I guess you don't need to worry about it as much when you're doing mixes with vodka because vodka is just vodka. Like there's different, like it can be, like obviously you can tell the difference between a good vodka and a bad vodka, but it's less hit or miss. Whereas when you go into things like spiced rums and that sort of thing, you want to make sure it's a good spiced rum that you're using with it. Bourbon is awful. I can't say I've had bourbon before. What can you explain to me? Describe the profile of bourbon to me. Made with alcoholic ginger beer? Generally not, because you've already got the alcohol in the spirit, so I don't think they generally will put an alcoholic ginger beer in there. Use Bundaberg. Bundaberg rum it's solid. It's a solid Australian export. It does the job. Or are you talking about Bundaberg ginger beer? Because Bundaberg ginger beer, that shit fucks. That is like, oh, beautiful. Bourbon's a more fancy whiskey. Gasoline with a side of getting punched in the face. Okay, I've gotten two very different answers there. I see. Simple, either whiskey neat after work or rum and coke. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I can appreciate some neat whiskey. Again, has to be a good whiskey, because I feel like whiskey and rum are one of those things where it's like rum isn't so bad because you're generally using it with mixes. Straight rum is like cannot, not my speed, but rum as a part of a mixer is usually pretty good. Like it's just it does the job. But yeah, I would say that you need to, if you're going to be having whiskey neat, it needs to be a nice one. I guess that's most things. If you're going to have a spirit neat, you want to have a good one. Unless you're 16 and going to a party and you've just yoinked a bottle of Bundy from your dad's cabinet, or gotten your older brother to buy you some vodka or something, in which case it's whatever you get your hands on. Buy the good shit, yeah. No reason not to. Bundaberg is available out of Australia. Well, apparently, seeing as they as Technic uses Bundy, I'd be willing to believe it because it's just like a really good company. Like they make good drinks. tried the Pepsi Electric with rum recently. Rare instance where the alcohol tasted better than the mixer. What is the Pepsi Electric? What is that? Love a good whiskey, but despise a bad one. Yeah, that's because, like, good whiskey, you can, like, really, you can pick, like, the different aromats in it, and it's just, like, it's just, like, nice to sit on. Bad whiskey, it's just rocket fuel, and it's just, like, it just has, like, a nasty aftertaste. Pepsi Electric is the worst drink on earth. That doesn't really like, that doesn't really explain to me what a Pepsi Electric is. Else have an alcohol documentary stream you missed or something? Why does everyone have alcohol knowledge? So pretty sure the reason most people here have alcohol knowledge is because I think, Jack, a lot of the people here are a bit older than you. I think that like the Technic-phobic and Sunju crowd are probably like 2 years older than you or so. And then we've got like Rebellion and them who are like old enough to like understand that it's okay to enjoy nice spirits and just sip them, and they can afford to like buy something nice and enjoy it. Give me a good old like ice cold bottle of Jägermeister. Uh-oh. Okay, I don't know if I can fully agree with that one, Silver. I'm sorry. But you do you, my friend. I will not stop you. Because if you are drinking the Jägermeister, that means that I don't have to. Oh, I might have a bit too much Alec on the brush here. Let's just thin it out on the knee pads first. Let's use what we can on there. Americans, is there a lot of eggnog consumption in the chat? I'm interested in this as well. I also want to know what eggnog actually is. I know the term, I have no idea what it is. Also, Zamir 2 years older than Billy Spirit's tasting age. I'm 2 years older than you. Oh, actually, Jack, in that case, you're the same age as those guys. I guess they just have better alcohol sense than you do. Which just goes back to the original... goes back to our original beef, which is that... I guess you're just... you just have poor taste in alcohol. Look up Martha Stewart's eggnog recipe. I want to know. I want you to describe to me like what it is rather than me just like I don't want to go and like look it up. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I want to hear your experience with eggnog. Take that back. No, it's okay, Jack. I can fix you. I can help you learn like how to appreciate. I can help you appreciate alcohol. Look, I'll bring a selection tomorrow when we play. You're not driving, so you don't need to worry. You can sample to your heart's content. I will bring a selection of nice alcohols for you to try, and you can tell me what you think. I'll get some different gins that have completely different flavor profiles, so that you can sort of understand that there's a whole wide world out there with spirits. You know, I'll bring some tonic as well, so you don't have to have it straight. I of course am I'm an advocate for having gin straight, just because that's like how you can appreciate the flavor profiles the most. But some go really well with tonic, but it needs to be a good tonic as well. You're gonna complain, but if I'm bringing a selection, you won't complain. See, that's exactly that's the way it is. So it looks like Max will bring the feast, and I'll bring the grog. Has played more 40k than you, and he started like 3 days ago. Have you guys not played yet? Also, hey, you can say I started like 3 days ago, but I also started painting a long time before you guys as well. Main flavor profile is nutmeg and cinnamon. Ooh. Okay, I'm on board. Not gonna lie, the name eggnog makes it sound really unappetizing. Rich and creamy drink also depends on whether or not you want to make it with alcohol. A nutty flavor if you make it and top it with nutmeg. Yeah, that sounds really nice. But yeah, the name eggnog is not flattering in the slightest. It makes it sound really like to someone who's never had it before. The word eggnog makes it sound really nasty. Personally not a fan of eggnog. Righto. I feel like nutmeg and cinnamon would be really nice though. Has frothy egg whites in it that give it that distinct texture. Oh, hang on. Okay, I have texture autism. If it's kind of thick like that, I think it would make me gag. You're playing 40k now, or is it still just painting? So yeah, Silver, I played, last week I played my first 2 games with Jacko and another friend of ours. There were 1,000... Oh, hang on. I'm diseased. Sorry about that. That was nasty. I really shouldn't have done that into the mic. Anyway. Yeah, I played my first 2 games last week with Jacko and one of our other friends. They were just 1,000 point games, no objectives. It was just like standard deathmatch kind. I don't know if that's like a standard thing, but it was just like no mission cards or anything, just capture points and brain and that sort of thing. But yeah, it was good fun. And we're going to be playing again tomorrow with a bit more in the way of objectives and that sort of thing. The ant still is destroying his stomach. I wish, Jacko. I don't have any ants left to drink. I need to get more. I'm pretty much out. I haven't had it in too long. I've been trying to spare it. So I've been like hanging on to the ant one for like special events. Like your baptism last week. But because they don't have it at the bottle near me anymore, so I have to go far and wide to find it, or otherwise order it online. What's the gin called? You're making a list for your 21st? I can't remember what the brand is. I'll look it up, but it's called Green Ant Gin. It's an Australian one, so you may not be able to get it overseas. I'm actually curious about the Seven Seasons is the brand. I know they have some other interesting ones as well. Well, I haven't really sort of gone into some of their other ones, but the Green Ant one is really nice. Genuinely just amazing. But otherwise, there's also gins from Kangaroo Island. It's just branded Kangaroo Island. They're also really good. They're quite expensive though because they come out of South Australia only, and they're a premium one. But those two are probably my two top ones. Yeah, the Seven Seasons Green Ant, and then the Kangaroo Island. Oh, which one is? I think it's their Wild Gin, is what they call it. Really good. What faction are you playing? Oh, sorry, yeah, Silver. I missed what you said. What faction? I essentially, my main army is Imperial Knights. I haven't gotten to the point where I've got 1,000 points of Pure Knights painted yet. So last week, the others let me run my main line as Imperial Knights. It was 650 or so points, and then I padded out the rest with my Tau battle suits, just not taking detachment bonuses and that sort of thing because it's a Knights army. But yeah. And I think that's what we're going to do again tomorrow. But then hopefully, by the time we get to another game, I will have this guy finished. So we'll be able to do a game where I'm running pure Knights. And then beyond that, I'll start working to pad out my Tau list so that it can run as a standalone army as well. Seven Seasons does not ship out of AU. RIP. Yeah, I imagine the Kangaroo Island one you probably will also struggle to get out of Australia. And if you could get it out of Australia, it would be very expensive. It's expensive just getting it outside of South Australia. Otherwise, Technic, I don't know if these guys will ship outside of Australia. They have a bit wider reach than things like Seven Seasons and them. The brand name is Four Pillars. They are a very solid, just all-round good Australian gin company. Again, though, it's probably easier for you to get American gins rather than trying to get them out of Australia. But Four Pillars do all sorts of different types of gin, and yeah, I would say that if you're talking Kangaroo Island Wild Gin and the Seven Seasons Green Ant, they're you know that they're gin, but their flavor profiles are quite unique. I would say that the Seven Seasons one is the closest to a regular sort of London Dry, but it's still it has definitely got its very distinct flavor profile, and it's quite nice. Four Pillars gins are all you taste them and that you're just yep, that is gin. They are probably the best brand of gin that I've had where it's gin that just tastes like gin. It's just done really well. Although honestly, I would say that for a general purpose London Dry as well, Bombay Sapphire, I'm sure you can get that anywhere. It is solid. It's not the best, but it's not super expensive. And it's still it is a very well-made London Dry gin. But yeah, that's probably going to be the easiest one for you to get will be Bombay Sapphire. Yeah, again, it's nothing amazing, but it's not bad. Got those ingredients on hand, you can make some eggnog. Uh-oh. I mean, if you make it, I'll try it. But again, I have texture autism. If it's like just thick enough to be nasty, then I might gag. But I mean, if it's there, I'll try it. Because the flavors sound really nice. For your talent, you've got Shadow Sun, 3 stealth suits, sniper drone, 2 units of crew talks, 3 crew berserks, flash shaper, and the crew trail shaper. From when I saw like the crew that you had painted, like when you posted them in the Discord a while ago, that looked really fucking cool. I can imagine seeing like a whole crew army done by you would be crazy. Oh, hang on, was it you who posted that one, or was it Silver? Oh, sorry, you who posted that, or was it Twisted who did that? It was one of you guys. Whoever did that with like all the texture on the gun stock was really nice. But regardless, Kroot are just really cool in general. Yeah, I'm a Kroot enthusiast. Oh, hang on, one sec. I'll be back. Just need to quickly mute. Sorry about that. Okay. Where were we at? I think what I was doing was I was just doing a bit more of a solid overbrush on the toes because those are technically armor panels that I can draw stuff on. And then we can move on to a different section. Yeah, I think as far as our foundational coat of the metallic goes, I think this is going to be quite good. The camera is showing it as a lot brighter than it actually is. If I turn the light off, it doesn't really show it that well. But there is like there's a decent distinction in like the level of metallic between like this and this. But yeah, I'll probably need to pair this all back a little bit. But I reckon this isn't too shabby. Should be able. Just throwing my brush all over the place. But yeah, of course we're going to do a lot more beyond this. This is just getting the foundation set. And then we'll build on it from there. For some more solid overbrushes, we'll do, yeah, just something a bit more all-encompassing on the panels here. And we can always pair them back. How are the tile kits to make? Had some bad experiences recently, so you're curious about all the factions? The last one that I made was the Riptide, and I would say that it was fine as long as you. It's fine as long as you don't try to do the alternate pose version of the build, because at least for the Riptide suit, an issue I had at the time was essentially the way the alternate pose works is it has a set standing position. But if you want to put it into a crouch or a run, the instructions direct you to cut a pin that normally locks its leg in place and then just sort of position it the way you want, which is a little awkward because then you need to figure out how it's going to stand on the base. So not the worst, but you just need to have an idea of what your base is going to look like, because otherwise it's going to be really weird. So then I had to kind of like build my base around the angle of the feet to make it work. But otherwise, I don't think they've been too bad. GW robot kits tend to be quite nice, so I suppose it's not that surprising that most Tau kits aren't too bad. Yeah, again, I haven't done any of the Kroot, so I can't speak to them. But yeah, I don't know. I've had like some hit and miss experiences with like certain factions. Like for example, a lot of the like the assembly of a lot of the Tyranids I've done has been really nice. Kits have been good quality. Like I'm pretty sure I remember the Neuro Tyrant just being a really nice quality really nice quality kit. And the Termagants went together really easily, and there wasn't really any issue with mold lines. But the Tyrannofex fucking sucked. So I don't know if it's necessarily something that's decided by faction or not. It probably just comes down to what employee was in charge of making that mold. Really nice quality tit, huh? Yeah, true and real. Sorry, I just had a bit of a Freudian slip because I was thinking about how I was going to be playing against your armies of Slaanesh tomorrow, and I was getting a little bit excited. Supremacy armor is 790 points. Yeah, well, I mean, it is like, it's their equivalent of a Titan. It's as close as the Tau are gonna get with the Taunar. And yeah, I mean, Jacko, like, the Periphean is 700. The Knight Arcustus Periphean is 700. Like, I feel like 790 is not that outlandish for like a big model. If you're lucky, you're prioritizing everyone else's matches first, so depending on how long they take, you mightn't get a match. See, yeah, because I mean, I can't really go later than like 6:30 probably, so it depends on like how quickly we get through that stuff. Didn't know the Tau had, other than the Manta, something that big. Yeah, well, I believe the whole lore thing was the Taunar was specifically made as a response to Titans, because they didn't see any reason to have them, and then they encountered Titans and they were like, oh wait, the Imperium are actually stupid enough to invest that much money into a single war machine. How are we meant to counter that thing? Warhound is 1100. Yeah, exactly. Like, as far as Titan scale things go, the Taunar is still pretty cheap and very small. Cousin's voice actor in Hammer and Bolter is perfection. I haven't seen Hammer and Bolter, so I can't. Yeah, I don't know what he sounds like in it, but I might need to check it out because I am a big fan of anything Trazyn. Is that thing with Trazyn true? The bit where the thing about how he deliberately makes his necrodermis smile, like his necrodermis face, he forces it to smile just to piss people off. That's right. Yes. Wait. So is that yes to the necrodermis smile, or yes to Warhammer Plus, or is it yes to both? Warhammer Plus. You know about the smile, right? Okay. The large knight I have stands just above a Warhound Titan. Oh, really? It's actually taller. That's crazy then. Warhounds are tiny. Because the one that I'm building right now is only marginally shorter than the Perithian as well. So if a Perithian is actually taller than a Warhound, then they're a lot smaller than I was expecting. Well, thing is true. Just read a scene. He was pretending to be Orokin's bubbly underling to piss him off. And we must all remember that this is what Trazen is like when he doesn't have a soul. Imagine what he was like in life. He would actually just be the most annoying piece of shit guy to work with when he was alive. But yeah, I reckon if I ever get back into like the swing of things or like get back into like reading shit, then I really do want to read the Infinite Divine. Warhound stands about 10 inches tall. Yeah. That's 8. So like that. And they're fucking tiny. That's crazy. That's so small. Couple of good shows, Harry and Volta being one. There's also what about what Angels and Healers, kind of like the app, so you plus for that and watch the show sometimes, right? So when you have Warhammer Plus, does that unlock all of the data sheets and everything for the app? Because at the moment I'm using the app, but I did like for some reason the only thing that I can see that's available for free in the app is the Imperial Knights list. So luckily enough, I can use the app for that and not need to worry about much. Some secret model store for Warhammer Plus 2. Oh, what is that? It's like, isn't it just like there's a Warhammer Plus model that will come out every year or something like that? Just lets you get the yearly model before everyone else? Right, okay. But that model, when you say the yearly model, is it just like a model for a random setting, random thing that just goes on to, like, it'll eventually come out, but you just get it first if you're in Warhammer Plus? post a picture of your Plague Harbinger Warhunt you made in the when you get home next week. Righto. Yeah, I'm keen to see. It's always cool to see like what like putrid monstrosities you've put together. Ah, shit. I think I just smudged that with my finger. Yep. Damn it. Getting like the nice like brush texture going there. Oop, now I'm brushing too hard and brushing away the texture. Not what we want. That's kind of what we want. Well, some ripples showing up there. Ugh. What's that? Yuck. It looks like there's just some actual texture on the model there. I must have done a bit of a shit job priming there. Whoops. Ah, well. It's pretty good. And I assume the yearly Warhammer Plus model, I assume you still have to buy it. It's just you gain access to buying it when you have Warhammer Plus. Because I imagine, like, GW probably does not just give you that model for free, even though it's not for free because you're subscribing to their service. I imagine they'd still make you pay money for it. You just have the right to pay money for it. Get it for free. Right, yeah. You have the right to pay them. Subscription pays for the model. Yeah, and you pay for your subscription. So, oh, hang on. So does that mean actually, as long as you have the subscription, you do get it? Okay, I was under the impression that if you have the subscription, you unlock access to a store in which you can buy the model. This knight is aligned to who? So, this one is going to be in the scheme of the Iron Warriors, but I've fleshed out the idea of what I want my my Imperial Knights to be, Silver, and so essentially they're going to be a group of knight houses that their ancestors had sided with the traitor legions during the heresy, but then essentially midway through had essentially like fallen back to being loyal, and so now they're a group of knight houses that have come together and wear their old colors as a way of branding themselves, and it's going to be like they're looking for redemption sort of thing. So they are loyal, but they still wear their old traitorous colors. But this one in particular is going to be Iron Warriors. Send a clip of trials into the Discord. If you sub, you get it after a year. If you buy yearly into the model, it's either 40k or an Age of Sigmar. You get to choose. Oh, okay. Well, it's nice that you at least get to choose what setting, like of model they send you, so that you don't just get given something that you're never going to use. Instead, you just get given something that you're probably never going to use. Because the odds of them making a model that is going to be aligned with any faction that you are interested in is pretty low unless you're a Space Marine fan. Oh shit, did I just drop that in the... Okay, no, I didn't just drop that in the paint. Find a way I can hold this without completely smudging the paint that I put on the rims there. 40k model as an Inquisitor. Right. So, it's of no interest to me whatsoever in that case. Gonna need to really clean out these brushes at the end. Let's check out that clip. Just gonna have to mute my desktop again so that I don't get executed by Games Workshop for playing anything belonging to them. He's really expressive. I like that. He's just like, yeah, he's just really expressive. Because so often, like, the Necrons, they're all just like monotone, like, just kind of like they're done with everything. But Dozen is just like, he's just a sassy guy. You're gonna run the 4 Demon Primarchs and Abaddon, then a few prizes. You'll have an army for each faction when you're done. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's one thing that'll be fun for me is when I finally get around to working on my my Thousand Suns. I'm gonna have a lot of demon engines that I run with them, and so those demon engines I think will be transferable into running as allies for my Chaos Knights as well, which will be fun. So I'll kind of be able to, yeah, sneak some units across armies into other things. Yeah, I haven't really planned out a lot of the specifics of what I'm going to do with this Knight's painting. Because I feel like Iron Warriors is... It's an interesting one because they're really cool. But at the same time, their color scheme is quite limited, so I feel like you need to really be quite deliberate in what you do with it to make it interesting, because otherwise it'll just look like a blob of silver. Especially with something this big. So I think once I've got like the base coat done, I'm gonna need to like take some time like off stream to think about like plan out what I want to do for it. some things never change. I will never not be able to drop whatever mini I'm currently painting. Also because I get really overzealous, I'll be like trying to paint a section while holding it on a really awkward angle, rather than just waiting for it to dry and then coming back. There's like no lead belcher left in this pot. Pretty sure I have a spare pot of lead belcher lying around. But I want to use as much as I can out of this first. Come on. I think we'll need to shake it like right into the lid here. Enough that I can just tap out. That's annoying. Just jumped back into the pot from the lid. I can see it in there. Just not leaving the pot. There we are. That should be enough for me, I think. And I'll probably... yep, there we are. And huge. Okay. And then, yeah, I'll probably need to start, like, scooping that shit out. Looks like I need more paint. Yeah, I've got another pot of the lead belcher. I just want to use what I can before I open the new one. Because, like, there's still heaps in there. It's just a pain to get at. I'll get a little bit more paint on here so I can sort of avoid that brushed texture too noticeable. Like, I like the brushed look, but you don't want the brush marks to be super thick and visible, because otherwise it just kind of looks nasty. And it can become clear that it was like a brush that was used rather. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you don't want to see where the brush stroke starts. So you kind of need to be a little bit careful when you're even if you want to keep those directional brush strokes, you want to make sure you don't have like the visible starting point of it, or it looks a bit gross. Bog still live? Yeah, welcome back, Sunju. We'll probably be going for a little bit yet, because I at least want to get our lead belcher base coat down on all of the parts that we've done in brown, or at least all the parts that will need it. So that should probably keep us going for a little bit yet, anyway. Stepped away for like 2 hours ago, I'm still alive. Crazy? Yeah. Well, one bonus of being of me being medicated is I can actually focus on shit now. Yeah, so yeah, honestly, don't know how long we'll be streaming today. On one hand, I might stop the stream after I get all of the lead belcher base coating down. On the other, we might just decide to push on and keep going. Who knows? Glitch in the Matrix since it happened, your Dominus is done. Oh, nice! That one's been going for a while, Sunju. Have you yeah, not yet. When you are ready, I would be very keen to see how he's turned out. But it's a weird feeling, isn't it? Like when I finished my Questoris, it was like I put it down and I was like, okay, hang on. What do I do now? He's done. Like it's just really weird when you've been working on a big mini for so long and then you finish and it's just like you just feel lost. Painting it on and off, but busy as shit with it. Yeah, but it's like even still, it's like you have this like feeling where it's just like something that you work like that you need to do, and then when you no longer need to do it, it's like, hang on, hold up. Work hasn't helped painting. Also got distracted sculpting the head for your Swarmlord. Yeah, I saw the images you posted of that. It looks very cool how you like extended the mouth backwards to make it a lot longer. As a guild the fuck out jaw. I respect your dedication to working with green stuff and that sort of thing. I cannot do it anymore. I think it looks pretty cool even if the neck is wider than his torso by a bit. Oh yeah, like from the photos that you posted, he looked very cool. Yeah. That was. Got it. But yeah, when I saw it, I was like, man, that's really neat. Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah, no, that's sick as hell. Definitely has a lot more impact. It's like when you're like looking at it now, I can like see where the old mouth ended, and it's like, man, it's like tiny mouth by default. Also, yeah, I was just thinking, I think the way that I'm going to sort of help differentiate between the armor panels and the and the chassis underneath is I'm probably going to use dry pigments on the chassis to make it look really rusted out, and then we'll just seal over that with a matte varnish or something so that the pigments don't wipe off. But I think that way we'll get a very definite distinction between the paneling where the heraldry will be and the chassis underneath, which is just going to be like fucked up metal. Flesh base coat mostly done. Going to have to clean up some bits as resin and slap chops as well you found. Oh, okay. I haven't noticed that, but good to know. I'll pay attention next time I try slap chops and resin. We know about Golden Leaf. The only other gun to get it will be the Castigator. You base the entire thing off of a skill that you put so much time into, and now you're like, fuck, I'm only going to be putting it on 2 people. You can always go through and put it on some other minis if you want. But I guess then it does kind of like detract from the impact of it if everyone has it. Need to go a little bit more paint on here just so we can go nice and solid with our coverage. Might have too much, honestly. That's causing a lot of a pile up. I feel like that's one thing that I kind of struggle with using a dry brush with, is I kind of get caught in this weird limbo where I think I don't have enough paint, but in fact I've got too much paint, and so I add more paint and then it just looks worse. But I need to pull it back and just get a little bit more moisture on the brush. The effect loses meaning if you start putting it on images and stuff. Yeah, fair enough. Because it was like, I remember you said you were using it to like denote the higher ranking nobles. Stand over brushing metal on nights makes shit so much quicker. Yeah, I mean, it works for this because since we're doing Iron Warriors, like, the whole thing is going to be metallic based anyway. But yeah, it is quite liberating just being able to get so much coverage on it just using a dry brush. Post first shot at this. We'll need to do another layer on this top panel, I reckon, just get it nice and even. Make sure we didn't miss any bits. That's probably pretty good on that front. Reckon that's probably going to be good. Yeah, still closes okay. Don't go too thick with the paint. Jelly, what's up? Appear you may be getting a hard on in base printed month. Ooh. Okay. And how long do you think that one's going to take you? I guess because you said Tyranids are generally one of the quicker things. So the main time soak for your Tyranids is the carapace, isn't it? Here we are, yeah, that's a nice consistency we've got of the paint here. There we are, that'll be good. Yeah, that should be plenty. Set that one aside. What is left? The guns, metallic bits on the flag here. I'm gonna get the flesh out of the way in a few minutes to an hour, depending on the model. Harridan would probably take at least 50 hours, 100 or more if you had to guess. Ooh, jeez. Oh, that'll be a fun one. Reckon bag doesn't need to be anything crazy. And again, we can always clean this up a little bit with our regular brush when we get to it. Oh, I'm plagued. be the good. That is a scary looking model. That's really cool. Man. Yeah, that is sick. And so we're going to go for the full coat on the armor panel here, and then we just need to remember to go back to our more more pared back consistency when we get to the other parts of the arm. Honestly, we probably should end up like where we want to be once we're done here. I think we probably will have used up enough moisture and enough paint. Everywhere else will be sort of ready to do in the correct sort of consistency. I reckon what we'll do is we'll little bit of the sort of midway plan, like midway level of like midway between this and what we're going to do for the arm on the chain blade. It's going to be metallic, but you do get some of those sort of rusty elements showing through. Then by the time we get back here, it should be pretty sparse. We'll probably use that to do the teeth as well. Although I might need to come back and just do the teeth like in finer details when I get back to it. Probably just do the teeth as part of the detail section. What many projects have I got in rotation now? So, as it stands, this is our main one. I want to get this one done I want to get this one done as soon as possible. So maybe in the next week or two. Other than that, minis that are currently assembled and not being painted, but I might work on, are going to be things like the Tyrannofex and the Screamer Killer. But I think I want to put them on the back burner for a bit and just really focus on getting my knights and my Tau tabletop ready. So we might focus more on things like Ghost Kill battlesuits, Riptides, Broadsides, Commander Farsight, that sort of thing. We'll have to see. At the moment, main focus is going to be on this Acheron. But we might sneak some Tyrannid painting in here or there. Pretty cool models the Tau have, especially with the peeling paint type scheme. Yeah, I think that, like, I feel like the Tau just go really well on desert bases. It's just so nice for them. So I managed to get a co-worker into Warhammer and he's already spent £100 in the first week. So he bought one box. He You bought 1 box of Space Marines, £100, easy. Yeah, I reckon I'm definitely going to need to revisit how I'm doing these sections that aren't armor panel. I do think that the dry pigments are probably the way to go. Got the intro box with the 3 Infernus Marines. What else? You got 2 Infernus Marines in the intro thing they do in the store. Company Heroes, Blade Guard Veterans by Titus. Right. Okay. So I assume did he start off with Space Marine 2, and so that's why he's sort of into he's interested in Titus. Bought some vintage Dark Angels, old orcs, some Chaos Legionnaires, and something else I can't remember. He's been like fishing around for old models. That's sick. You like the Acheron? Used to be the cheapest of the Strassus Knights, and for cost relative to counterparts, it's a good generalist. Yeah. I just wish it could Overwatch, you know? It has a flamethrower and it can't Overwatch with it. Kind of got shafted out. They're all 365. Castigator outperforms it. Right, okay. Yeah, I guess it would make sense for it being weaker than the Castigator if it was cheaper, but if they just made the Castigator the same price as it without buffing the Acheron, then it's kind of a bit of a rip. It's like, why would you run it? Remember correctly, it was 435, while the Castigator was 480. Right. So not insignificant. Like, that is... Like, yeah, because that's an enhancement right there. It's not an insignificant difference. Well, that doesn't have Overwatch with a literal flamer. Yep. But it's okay, because a Land Raider can Overwatch with like, this fucking brick that's sitting in the middle of the field. It can Overwatch with the flamer on top of it. But this giant fucking robot, shaped like a man with arms, isn't going to react to you trying to run in front of him. Hearing rumors that the new Sat 9 Terminators with boxes of 6 would mean you'll have to buy one to get your big squad of Centurion proxies. Yeah, I was looking at the Sat 9s and they're very cool, but yeah, there's thankfully, I'm not a Space Marines guy, so I don't have to cave to GW releasing new Space Marines. Yeah. So we keep winning. reckon that's for brush. Again, the lighting sort of like the way the light reflects off the metallic makes it look like it's just all the same. But I like the the arm is definitely a lot duller. And yeah, when we come through with our dry pigments eventually, hopefully that should come out quite nicely. I think your Cerastus tier list goes Lance of Atropos, Castigator, Acheron. I don't know anything about the Atropos, so I can't speak to it too much. But yeah, I'm willing to agree with it. That's an insanely mobile joint. No, it is. Once I have assembled it and got the base, I'm gonna glue it in place because these joints are ridiculously mobile. Yeah, but there are parts that are going to help hold it in place as well, because essentially, there's this has a pin. So where are we? Essentially, this here will pin these two bits together, like from there to there, and there's one on the other side as well. So once I've decided what I want to do, or like once I've basically decided what position I want it to be in, I'll glue these in, and that should hold it in place. And then there's another pin that goes here into the shoulder, which should hold it in place as well. Flame cannon has more strength than auto hits, so still not too bad. Right, okay. Looking at Yakron, you're thinking of having it do a power slide with the chainsaw grinding into the ground and the flamer shooting outwards. That sounds very cool. It might be difficult to do though with this size base. Just because when he's standing normally, like he's pretty much already using up the whole base. Like if you're tilting him back like that, like you're just looking at that leg length. He's doing a power slide. Probably need to do some wizardry with the way you bend that knee. But yeah, if you can pull it off, that'd be really cool. There's a few pictures on Discord. Have a... Ooh. Holy shit. I don't know what that unit with the golden halos and the shields are. They're very nice. I don't know what they're called, but yeah. Eight. Skin tones you've got on the custodian with the, I don't know if it's a named custodian or that all custodians are just helmet off badasses like that. But the guy with the spear and the big long gun spear in the left hand and then the sword in the right hand, the skin tone on that is quite nice. Oh, hang on, his cape is beautiful. Blade Guard veterans? Right, okay. Nick doesn't break the limit of the base every now and then. True. This is the best general class. Lascut has a beast range with a great cannon to back it up. Better than the Lascut is weaker in damage and it has more attacks and system hits as well. Yeah, you would think that the Lascutter would be higher damage in AP. You'd expect it, being a Lascutter, you'd expect it to be like for cutting armor and stuff. Lancer remains the most unholy god of death in melee. Yeah, I do love the idea of using the Lancer, having it run down the enemy warlord in a squad, spend a CP on the the noble jewel, and just fucking stomping on him. That is an assassin. Just a fun project you did a while ago. Oh, okay, yeah, that is quite cool. Is that proxyable for something in 40k, or it's just a cool kit bash that you worked on? With some bit. Well, I assume you printed some of those parts. Yeah, quite cool. Man. Lancer gets free tank shock. Did you miss some major night tier list discussion? Yeah, Lancer gets free tank shock, by the way, Jacko. Did you not know that one? Lancer does that, by the way. Yeah. He fucks people up. Lancer stomped a Swarmlord trying to bleed armor, just single turn fight. He was dead instantly, didn't even get to fight back. What the fuck? Actually terrifying. 12-inch movement, this guy is going to kill you. He can enable an armature to advance and charge. Yeah, he has his ride or die. He can enable 2 armigers to advance and charge if he wants. He can have 2 warglaves going with him. Just need to give him that enhancement. And he gets a 4-up invuln. Is that only against range, or does that apply to his melee as well? Because I know a lot of the big knights have 5-up invuln, but it's specifically against ranged attacks. As it has 14, not 12. Oh, okay. I assumed it had the same as the other Cerastus Knights. My bad. 14-inch movement. Okay, he's even faster than I thought. Lexi might actually need to hide from that to how much is with advance and charge. Granted, I have not got my Lancer done yet. I haven't even started assembling him. I do have one in the box though, so at some point, just not today. Four plus involve against everything? Oh shit, okay. Jeez. That's something, I guess. Also, nice thing about the Cerastus, I guess, is that they have more wounds than the, like, they're also, like, higher wound count than all of the fucking, what are they called? All the bloody Questoris as well. Because, like, the Knight Errant is, like, 26 wounds. I think the Acheron is 28 off the top of my head. Like, they are just... Like, they're just fucking... They're strong. You have your Lancer paired with two Warglaives. They're his boys of death. The boys. Knights don't have access to Feel No Pains, do they? Noble Lance has Feel No... yeah? It does? They do? They do, don't they? That's like their whole thing. It's 6 up for Elofane. But that's part of their detachment. So if you're running them as a like support, like you can't be like playing an Imperial faction and then run a Knight Lancer and have it have the Feel No Pains. That's not how that works. It needs to be in a Knight's army. +6 unless you kill the Warlord, then you get a 5+. Oh, true actually. Yeah, become honored and then you get that 5+ instead. So that's why you run the fucking Lancer in like an assassin. He one turn squishes the Warlord and then your boys are chilling. It has 28 wounds, same as the Dominus. Right, yeah. They are tough boys. I also like that their ranged attack is still made with their melee weapon. It's just a nice little, it's just a cool little aesthetic thing. Where he just shoots you with his spear. Dragon's Lord Dragon Gun with malicious intent. Do they all have lethal wounds or lethal hits or whatever it is? Wait, does lethal hits ignore Feel No Pain? Midnight Iron. Oh yeah, I remember these guys. Yeah, it's so clean. Yeah, those two yeah, such clean paint jobs on those guys. I remember when you first posted them, they're really cool. Ugh. Also, I respect the decision to not take the shield on the Lancer, because that thing is goofy as hell. Nothing ignores feeling of pain. Oh, okay, okay. It just ignores the invuln saves. But do you great honor? I mean, how can I not say that that is clean as hell? Like, it's actually so fucking beautiful. Is the metallic there? What metallic did you use for the silver? Is that like Vallejo aluminium or something? Because it's so bright. Such a bright silver. Little Lancer. Silver, you've got enough giant minis on your plate. It's okay, you can take a break. We won't judge you for not having one of them. Had the balls to damage your models, you would have made a hole through the casket shield as it if the lance struck it. You've also made a gash on the lance's shoulder to make it seem like the castigator slashed it. Oh, okay, so they're brothers, but they're not. Okay, they got beef. Okay, I think we're almost good for our metallic on this gun. I think probably for just to polish this up a little bit more, get a bit more of that showing through on the edges. Couple metallic. Bit of a well there. Wood. And then we can really pick out the edges like that. Stormhost silver. Metallic color is. Metallic is. Oh, okay. Yeah, the one, the metallic on the, yeah, also the trim. Okay, yeah, so Stormhost silver is the one that I'm looking at then. Yeah, it's really bright. So is that a Citadel color, or is it from someone else? I imagine from the name it must be a Citadel color. Most of them to get the brick houses, Joe. Is yeah, because the closest equivalent that I think I have to something that bright is going to be like the Vallejo Aluminium, and that one is like, ooh. Like, I like this, but also it is a bright silver. If I just wipe that out, like that is it's crazy. It's like almost white. But that is metallic. But yeah, brushes and compressor out the other day. Did a good cleaning on the brushes in preparation for starting a new Tyranids. Yeah, I really like Tyranids because I feel like whether you're brushing, like airbrushing them or like slap chopping them or whatever, I feel like they're like a nice lowish stakes army to paint, where because they're just these gross bug boys, you don't need to worry about like being super precise. It's just like a nice it's a good decompressor. Stormhost silver is Citadel, right. Probably take it easy where I can here. Probably just pick out a few details so that we know that there is metallic here, but we just want to avoid sort of tagging everything. Probably looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with base coat for this gun. Move this off to the side. Last thing that we'll need to base coat with our metallic. Oh, hang on. Never mind. That was just the gun. I hadn't even started on the belt or the tank yet. And don't want to go too hard on the silver here, but we still want it to be noticeably metallic. They're probably a little bit brighter than what we want for the chassis, but not quite what we've got on the armor panels. Just sort of pull it through, make sure we hit those highlighted points. Grab a little bit more moisture. That should be good. This in from the edges. Yeah, I'm liking this. I do really like the brown underneath. I think it goes really well with the metallic. It's a long sort of process just getting this, because this is just the base coat at the end of the day. Like, how long have we been going at this? Oh, geez, almost 5 hours. Well, shit, I guess my focus on this has improved a little bit. Yeah. I reckon we should be able to get this done a lot quicker than some of the other minis that we've, some of the other nights that we've worked on. Partially because there's also not going to be an insane amount of really in-depth freehand and that sort of thing. Because being Iron Warriors themed, it's more like just sort of like very focused on like the practical side of things. So it'll be less glitz and glam. We still want to get some details in there that'll sort of really make it shine. I don't want it to just be a grey thing. How do you get started into Warhammer? I've been looking into kill teams and decided on one, the Nemesis Claw. We just don't know how to get into the bigger version tournaments. That's where I should start with law. Those are very good questions, McJuggernaut. The law one is especially funny. The law one is wherever the fuck you want. There is no correct starting point. It is all over the place. I would say for law, just like the way I did it, I don't have the time nor the focus to read books. And people will shun you if you're a wiki bandit. So instead, I take the third option, which is just watch a shitload of law YouTubers. Just watch videos about the shit that you're interested in, unless you are determined, in which case read books about the factions you're interested in. Again, there's no like one place to start. It's a mess. As far as like the larger scale like tabletop goes, again, I would say just pick a faction that you're interested in. Some are going to be more expensive than others. That's just the way it is. Games Workshop hates AdMech players. So if you're into Adeptus Mechanicus, my condolences. It is going to be an expensive life for you. But I'd say just pick the things that you're interested in. And also, everyone has their own like reasons for getting into the game. Like for me, I never really got into it for the tabletop. I got into it because I wanted to paint the minis. And so the tabletop was never really a goal for me. But it sounds like the tabletop is more of the focus for you, in which case, yeah, I'd just say pick the faction that's the coolest for you. And usually an easy way to start is a combat patrol, because that'll give you around 500 points. But some of the combat patrols suck, like the old Thousand Suns one was actually terrible. What faction would Nemesis Claw be in? I'm not actually familiar with the a lot of the kill teams. It sounds like Nemesis Claw might be the actually no, it's probably not Tyranid. Oh, okay, looks like they're Chaos Space Marines. Yeah, that's Chaos Space Marine. In particular, looks like they're Night Lords. Oh, that's a really cool kill team. Um, so unfortunately, McJuggernaut, um, that kill team is probably the only way to specifically get that style of Space Marine. Because the Night Lords, that's the specific Space Marine faction that those guys are. Like their armor design has like the unique like Batwing motif and stuff, but they are just one of many Space Marine factions, and so they like with those unique molded designs, they often get sidelined, unfortunately. So the only official way to build a full army of Night Lords is to buy a bunch of Nemesis Claw kill teams, which is really fucking expensive. Otherwise, you either get a 3D printer or a friend with a 3D printer and have them print off all like the little Batwing motifs and stuff, and then you get regular Chaos Space Marines and you stick the Night Lords bits on them. Workshop hates poor people. Unfortunately so. But yeah, to go back to your initial question, Nemesis Claw is Chaos Space Marines. Specifically, they are Night Lords. But again, you won't be able to find those exact models in Chaos Space Marine things. And then Chisel. Yeah, no, if you go onto the Warhammer website, like go to the store and like sort it by Chaos Space Marines, you'll see what I mean. By like, they're similar. They're quite similar to the Nemesis Claw ones, but they're missing a lot of the really cool motifs that the Night Lords have. Lots of 30k stuff can be adopted into 40k to make tertiary legions like Night Lords. Do the Horus Heresy models have like Night Lords molds to them though? They have Night Lord specific bits? I need to check this. Oh. Heresy. Greatest fate. Night Lord. Yo! That Sevatar model is fucking awesome. Holy shit. That's crazy. It's all resin though and hardly cheap. Oh, yikes. Yeah, it looks like they sell shoulder pads for. But yeah, okay. Yeah, a lot of those models are very cool, but yeah, they're all fucking. Ugh, it's so much resin. Yeah, not cheap. That Sevatar model though is so cool. What a base. James Warhammer, why? Because he loves the money. Loves making money. He hates spending money. Looking at the kill team. I did look at the kill team. Those kill team models are also really, really cool. The one that I was talking about though, Sevatar, is if you go onto the Warhammer website. Okay, you don't really know what factions they are, what they mean. Okay, so if you want a quick rundown on the kill team that you were looking at, do you know much about like what Space Marines are in general? like Chaos Space Marine is a type of Space Marine, or are they a different thing fully? So they are essentially the way it worked. So this, if you want a TLDR, just to like understand the difference, there were 20 legions of Space Marines, and then there was a big civil war where they split down the middle, and half of them turned to Chaos, and the other half remained loyal to the Emperor. And so the ones that turned to Chaos, one of them was the Night Lord's Legion, and so the Night Lords are, so that kill team that you're looking at are the Night Lords in particular. And so at the end of the day, they're still Space Marines, but they've been corrupted. Although the Night Lords technically haven't been corrupted that much, they're just traitorous bastards. But a lot of the traitors ended up getting Chaos corrupted. But yeah, TLDR, they're all Space Marines, there was a big civil war, and they split down the middle. And when you look at like gameplay elements, since they are different factions, you'll find that the Chaos Space Marines, they'll have different mechanics and stuff to the regular Space Marines. So what is Chaos? Is a concept to a person? Oh wow, you're really fresh to Warhammer. This is awesome. So Chaos basically refers to in the Warhammer settings, in pretty much all of them, there's the material plane and the warp. So basically there's the real world, and then there is an alternate reality that exists sort of directly underneath it. So it's kind of like overlaid over it. So one sec. I must limbo. You post pics and vids of the night in your next live. Righto, cool. I'll catch you later, Sanju. Thanks for stopping by, mate. But yeah, basically, you've got the material realm, or you've got the real world, and then you've got the warp. Real world is where just like everything is normally. The warp exists overlaid over it, and then that's where you have all these demons and shit, and they all live in there. Essentially, the warp is powered by the emotions and souls of all living things. And so, since everything is really fucked up in Warhammer 40,000, the warp is inherently really dangerous and toxic because lots of people are having negative emotions, and so lots of bad shit spawns in the warp. And so then you've got these major entities in the warp, which are called the Chaos Gods. The warp is hell? Yeah, pretty much. The warp is hell. And so the rulers of the warp, or the de facto rulers of the warp, are the Chaos Gods. There are 4 major ones, being Khorne, who is the god of blood and skulls. There is Slanesh, the god of excess, so drugs and sex. Like a second plane of the real world, or is it like the underworld, like a 4th dimensional plane? It's like a 4th dimensional plane. So there are specific places in the universe where the warp breaches into the real world, but those are very rare. Most of the time, in order to get into the warp, you have to portal in. It's not like it's not like the underworld where it's like technically a it's not like the underworld where it's like technically like in mythology and stuff where it's like in the ground. It's not in any one place. It is everywhere all at the same time. But yeah, so it's like 4th dimensional plane. But you've got the Chaos Gods. There's Khorne, god of blood and skulls. He likes killing people. Slanesh, excess, so drugs and sex, pretty much, and perfection. Nurgle, that one really fat streamer, true. Heard of Nurgle, people calling other people Nurgle though, that's about it. So, Slanesh, Pornhub Prime, hang on, true. Oh, okay, Juggernaut, if you want, there's I don't know if you've got Discord, we've got a Discord, and in the memes channel is a really good short, which does like a TLDR of the factions. But yeah, Nurgle is the chaos god of like decay and disease. So he gives everyone like super AIDS. He is the plague guy, and he just farts and shits everywhere. He's pretty cool. And then there's Tzeentch, is the last of the 4 Chaos Gods. He's the god of change. He's just there to fuck with everyone. But basically, the big civil war that happened was... so basically, since the warp is full of demons and shit, no one really likes it. But the warp is also really useful for traveling around the galaxy. Because what you can do, in order to travel faster than light, is you can have your ship dip down into the warp, and because like time flows differently in the warp, like the laws of space and time break down there. So the way that a lot of people will travel is they'll have their spaceship dip into the warp, and then they'll try to jump to where they want to go, and then they'll pop out of the warp. And usually it's pretty chill, but like shit got really fucked, and there are issues with doing that. And so the Emperor of Mankind decided that, hey, I don't want to have to keep relying on the warp anymore to do all of our space travel. So he started coming up with a plan B, but he didn't tell anyone about his plan B. And so then, while he was working on that, the Chaos Gods essentially tempted half of the Space Marine legions into rebelling, and so a lot of them got corrupted by the powers of hell, and a lot of them just turned on the Emperor because they didn't like him. But yeah, the Chaos Gods caused half of the legions to revolt, and so then that's what caused like everything in the Imperium to get even more fucked. But yeah, basic things to understand are you've got lots of Space Marines. About half of them are evil, and they betrayed the Emperor because of for various reasons. A lot of them were pretty justified in doing their thing because the Emperor was a bit of an asshole and a dickhead and didn't tell anyone what he was doing ever. But yeah, I think the Chaos Gods are probably the most important thing for you to take away from this. And they're just really cool. You're interested because you've always wanted to do a TCG, but Magic wasn't for you. And like 2 days ago, some of your close friends were talking about painting the new kill teams, and you asked. Yeah, I would say that kill teams are probably the most accessible way to get in as a new player because they're much smaller games. You don't need a shitload of models, and since you don't need a shitload of models, A, it's not as expensive. B, the games are probably a lot shorter, and then also C, you don't have to paint as many minis to get into it. And if you do decide to get into the large-scale game, you can always use your kill team models in the full game. But yeah, I would say that like kill teams are a good way to get into it, and also the quality of kill team models are usually really, really nice. Just been trying to grind line about the factions gameplay and how to acquire and use their minis. Lore can come later. Fair enough. Yeah, I would say that like a fun thing about like the lore and stuff is like a lot of the factions, like their gameplay is sort of informed by their lore. So if there's a faction that you're aesthetically interested in, the lore will usually reinforce your beliefs about them. How many minis per original game will you be able to use big boys like Dreadnoughts, or those just for show? So, Juggernaut. The army that I am currently building is made up pretty much exclusively of the big boys. So, where are we? This is the size of a regular Space Marine. So this is a Space Marine. This is the current biggest unit in my army. I'm working on bigger ones at the moment. But this guy is probably one of the biggest ones you will see in normal games, but they do step larger. I am currently working on slightly larger models, but basically to answer your question, yes, you will be able to use Dreadnoughts. A Dreadnought will be about this tall. For most of the standard ones, they'll probably be like max like this tall, I would say. around here. But yeah, you can absolutely use the big ones. But yeah, like for example, I would say that the Dreadnoughts are probably a little bit shorter than these guys here, but a lot chunkier. Yeah, they're probably a step shorter than this one, but a lot chunkier. The team has a severe lack of Dreadnought. I can imagine, yeah. We need an Imperial Knights kill team. It's just one armiger that looks really cool. It's one armiger and Sir Hector without the Sir Hector on foot. How many normal small guys per game of normal Warhammer? Kill team is like 7 to 9, but what about others? So on that note, it varies very wildly because different factions are focused on different things. So for example, my faction that I'm painting right now, Imperial Knights, since they're all mech suits, there's very few. That being said, if you're thinking specifically about Space Marines, you can have in like a 1,000 point game, which is one of the smallest games that you can run technically in the current rules. I'd say you can probably have at least 40 or 50 Space Marines, depending on what faction you're running. Actually, World Eaters. Khorne Berserkers are battle line, aren't they? Is that true, guys? Does anyone know off the top of their head? Because if Khorne Berserkers are battle line, they're squads of 10, aren't they? Which means you could have 60 Khorne Berserkers alone. You're wondering if there are commanders like an MTG, you guys who are more powerful, doing interesting stuff compared to the average Space Marine? There are, yes. So hero units, essentially you can attach them to a squad, or for a lot of them at least. They work by you attach them to a squad and they will augment that squad in some way, and they'll have their own unique abilities as well. Wait, Khorne Berserkers are squads of 20? That's fucking insane. 120 Khorne Berserkers, that's awesome. So, just for you, like, to catch you up on that one, Juggernaut, this guy here that I just showed you, this particular Space Marine. Hang on, I'll just see if I can put him in focus. If you really wanted to, it is perfectly legal for you to run 120 of these in a game. That abides by the rules. That's really funny. Thank you. I needed to know that. Keep thinking the Imperial Knights Combat Patrol is a kill team. If only. That would be really funny. The Imperial Knights Combat Patrol, as you call it, that's just 2 armigers in a box, isn't it? That's just 2 armigers. Who are the best races and factions used for the big battles? Because Kill Team is different games, so you can't base anything off it, but in the normal games, who are the best or worst, just for gameplay? I think in the current meta, Imperial Knights, the one that I'm building at the moment, are performing very, very well in the current rule set. I'm not super familiar with the tournament side of things. Eknik can tell you that his favorite group, Imperial Agents, are pretty much unusable. as a standalone army because they're made pretty much exclusively to support other armies that are like associated with them, so you can run them as support units, but it's pretty much impossible to run them as a standalone army. But yeah, I'm not super knowledgeable on the current state of balance. I do know, yeah, but apparently these guys that I'm building right now they're performing pretty well at the moment, which is good for me. It makes me happy. But balance changes do often push that around. So if you buy an army because you think it'll be strong, chances are by the time you're building it and ready to play it, balance might have shifted and it might not be strong anymore. So I would say just build what you think looks cool or what you're interested in. That's the best way, because that way you're at least happy with what you've spent your money on, even if it's not going to be like something that's going to be competitively viable. At least it'll be something that you'll be able to look at on your shelf and think it's cool. Michelle's Imperial Agents had a 9% win rate this weekend. That's fucking insane. 9%. Not saying you want to use the towel though. My man! My man! You have come to the right place. I have these guys on tap. Oh, I just put him down in the paint. Whoops. Wipe that off his base. Oh, yuck. Oh, damn it, I got too excited and I put him in the paint. We're chilling. Thankfully, it just got on the rim. That's nothing dangerous or nothing terrible. I'm a Tau guy. You've found your way home. Welcome. I like my favorites are Tau and Imperial Knights. Or are you saying that you don't want to use the Tau? Hang on. I may have jumped the gun. How cringe? Oh, good. Look. How can you not love these guys? They're so cool. Battle suits are sick as hell. I want to be knights so bad with their suits. Look. I am a knights guy, but I'm also a Tau guy. It's just the way it is. They're just sick. Farther up in the chats to right above your message. Oh, hang on. I may have missed something. I may have gotten so overexcited. When you're running your army, can you do multiple factions and races, or does it have to be from within the faction? Like you could run Nemesis or the Town. Oh, I see. Yeah, I did miss that one. Okay. On that note, if your friends say yes, then yes, but generally no. There are specific rules. Yeah, so there are specific rules that will allow you to pair different factions units together with each other. So, for example, with the Imperial Knights that I'm painting right now, they have a specific rule that lets you run them with other factions that are part of their super faction. So, you can, if you're running Space Marines, like regular Space Marines, those are technically part of the Imperium. And so you are allowed to run a set number of Imperial Knights as support units for the Space Marines. So they can join the faction, but you can only use so many of them. They're all super factions which tend to be able to intermingle with armies contained within. Yeah, so basically, in specific cases, there are rules that allow you to run multiple different armies together. But under, like, as a broad rule, no, you can't really do it. Rules as written. However, if your friends are chill, they will probably say yes. They will probably say go for it. They're allowed 2 armigers or 1 character. Yeah, I believe that's what it is. It's 2 or 3 armigers or 1 towering knight. For the 4 factions, Space Marine, Xenos, Threat, well, Xenos, Forces of Chaos, and Armies of the Imperium. I don't know what the super factions are. I don't think that's quite it. They like to break them down like that. But realistically, if the super factions, I believe, are just Imperial, or the Imperium, which includes Space Marines, and then there's Chaos, and then there's the Eldari are a super faction because there are lots of different Eldar factions that can be run together, and then there's Tyranids as a super faction because there are the Tyranids and there are the Gene Stealer cults, which can be paired together. But realistically, the simple way to think of it is Chaos units can be paired with Chaos units, Imperial units can be paired with other Imperial units, and then Eldar can be paired with different Eldar. So regular Eldar and Dark Eldar can be paired together, but most aliens is not the case. So you can't pair Necrons with Orcs, for example. So even though, yeah, like Necrons and Orcs are both Xenos, they're not friendly with each other, so you generally can't pair them, unless your friends are really chill and let you do that. Check Discord, this is the link you were looking at. I think it's official. What? Fair up. Oh, I think what this is this is probably, yeah, Warhammer 40,000. Oh, yeah. I think I've seen this one. Oh, hang on. Is this the website that has the questionnaire on it, where you can try to give you your perfect army? It is. I remember, really funny thing, where you scroll down, it says choose your army. When you go through that questionnaire, it is literally impossible for it to give you Imperial Knights. Like, these guys don't exist according to that questionnaire. I don't know why they broke them up like that. So I think that's more just like a general lore way of them breaking it up. Because the Space Marines are a very big draw, so people will essentially, people will come for Space Marines, and so they've put that as like their own thing there, so that people don't get confused and immediately leave. That's probably why they've got Space Marines as one of the 4 factions that they're showing there, is just so that it's easier for people who don't know a lot about the setting to find the Space Marines. But yeah, I would say, if you want to see the way they break these up, scroll to the top of that page that you linked, and when you go shop online, if you click warhammer.com, that will take you to the store page, and they actually break things down by armies there. So when you then go to the Warhammer store, if you click on the drop down of Warhammer 40,000, it breaks them down by the actual factions then. People can give you better recommendations. Oh, I mean, I think he just means like if you just sort of like ask the room, that'll generally be more helpful than like trying to go through the little questionnaire. But yeah, also I would say that again, the factions gameplay generally mirrors their lore and their aesthetic. So if you're like looking at the models and you see some models that you really like, chances are their gameplay will probably mirror their aesthetic in some way. But also remember, I started this game purely for the hobby of painting. I didn't start it for the tabletop at first. So I'm always going to lean more towards Rule of Cool aesthetic stuff. Um, but yeah, I would say that. Yeah, I'd say that just go with like starting based off what looks interesting will generally help you find the thing that is more in line with your gameplay preferences as well. But yeah. I got, oh hey Mac. Like playing strategic and controlling but hiding a bit. Hiding like a bitch. Right, okay, yeah, that is Eldar gameplay. I've been painting without you. A little bit. I haven't really touched my Warhammer though. A lot of it's just been like assembling things and then priming them. But no, I haven't really been doing a lot of painting during my break. Playing Necrons or Legion is like? Necrons are like a slow-moving wall, from what I understand. They are just a wall of dudes that will fuck you up when they get close. Necrons have a revival mechanic that most people are not a fan of. Right, because you gun them down, and then at the end of that turn, they'll just like, a few of them will stand back up. Also, what are Necrons attributed to? They're Xenos armies. So if you go on the Warhammer store page, they'll be, and you go Warhammer 40,000, got by faction, they'll be under Xenos armies. But yeah, I think a thing to remember is that a lot of a lot of armies are quite versatile, where they'll have a main gameplay loop that most of their things tend to lean towards, but you do have, like, they do have other ways of playing. So, for example, with like, where are we? Like with the Imperial Knights, for example, it's like you can build them to be like these gun platforms that just sit back and just blast the shit out of people, or you can lean more towards a really like frontline heavy, just charge in and fuck people up sort of gameplay. Just because they have like the different options, and they're all perfectly viable, I would say. Just comes down to what you want to do. I would say that Eldar probably have a lot of versatility in what you can do with them as well. Holy shit, Necrons are so cool. Yeah, they are. Necrons are really cool. They're fucking awesome. Who are the big guys for the Necrons? Your Necron heroes are going to be people like the Silent King. And people like Orokin the Diviner, and Trazyn the Infinite, and Imhotep the Stormlord. They're your named people. There's also the Shard of the Void Dragon. And And then otherwise, it'll just be things like your Chronomancers and your Psychomancers. Those are your other hero units. Yeah, but the named heroes are going to be people like the Silent King and the Void Dragon. And then people like Imhotep and Orokin. Who is the Catan? So the Catan are the Catan we're referring to the Shard of the Void Dragon. So the Catan are like, without going into the deep lore, they are a race that have been subjugated by the Necrons. That Charlton looks like a 5-year-old maiden with silly putty. True, actually, that model is not the best. Monolith thingies, they like ships. So basically, the whole thing with the Necrons is they're robot zombies. So the whole, or like, they're robot skeletons. Their whole thing is they've been like, they have these tombs that are like inside planets. They've just been asleep for like 40,000, for like millions of years. And so they're all waking up. And when they wake up, their tomb just kind of rises up with them. Those monoliths are just, they're just chunks of their tombs. Alright, you're heading out. See you later, everyone. Righto, I'll catch you later, Rebellion. Have a good night, mate. But yeah, as Soda put it, the Catan are basically gods that enslaved the Necrons, and then the Necrons said, "No, you," and then they put them in Pokeballs, and now they use them as like batteries to power their moving chairs, or they just throw them at people to make them fight. The Necrons are very, very cool. Discord and look at the kill team for Necrons. Oh, kill teams are always going to look great. Oh yeah. Is that a... I think that must be a Chronomancer? Surfing on the Scarab at the front there. And then it's got an Immortal and a bunch of Immortal, 3 death marks, and I don't know who that guy with the spear is. So the thing you'll find with kill teams generally won't have named characters. They'll have hero units in there, but they're not named characters. So you can transfer those hero units across to the mainline 40k game, and then like attach them to squads of immortals and that sort of thing, or whatever it is, or however they work for whichever hero it is. But kill teams generally won't have a named character in them. But if I don't know if you've got the website open or not. I'll put it in the that is the Australian link for it, bear in mind. I am not sorry. But yeah, that's just like showing all of the Necron models for the mainline game. Or at least all the ones that you can buy. Worth it to buy the not monolith so the name goes. I'm not too familiar with how the army composition for Necrons works. I would say that generally if you want to play mainline 40k, a solid way to start is looking at the combat patrol, because generally they will have structured it in some way that is sensible, and I feel like usually combat patrols are pretty good. do a little bit of research on it before you buy it. Make sure no one on Reddit's telling you that you're getting scammed. I think the current Necron Combat Patrol is actually pretty good. I think it has the Canoptic Doomstalker in it, which is really cool. Yeah, hang on. Okay, yeah, current Necron Combat Patrol is sick. What does that give you? It gives you an Overlord. Oh wow, yeah, no, that's a really cool Combat Patrol they've got at the moment. Overlord, Doomstalker, Skullpack Destroyers. Fuck yeah, 10 Warriors and 3 Scarab Swarms. Yeah, no, that I would say that is a really cool Combat Patrol. Don't really have money seeing as you're a broke teenager with no job, so this is purely speculation for the coming months. Yeah, of course. Warhammer is not cheap. It's rough. But if you are going to invest the time in it, it's a very fun hobby to get into. Hey, you're out 12:30 here. You tired? Right. I'll catch you later, Silver. Have a good night, mate. Oh, hang on. Since you're in the Discord, I'll see if I can find the faction summary meme. So that was the whole that was the bait that I used to get you in. Like I can't not get the meme for you now. How long ago did we post it? Oh wow, it's right at the beginning. There. This one is that's a classic. Golden. Oh, yep, that is the one. Link still works. That one's a good one. It probably won't make any sense to you at the moment. If you get into 40k and then go and rewatch that, it will be quite amusing. It depends on what your goals are. What are the goals people have? I'd say it just comes down to like, what are you hoping to get out of the hobby? Because Warhammer is a really vast thing. My original goal was painting, so I wasn't too worried about whether or not my units were going to be viable in tabletop or anything like that. If you're not super interested in the painting side of things, then you can more focus on just like really hardcore focus on army building and that sort of thing, and then focus on making cool compositions. Yeah, just kind of like, I'd say it'd just depend on what you want to get out of the game. Because it is a big money investment. That's going to be one of the bestest. Yeah, look, you can't go wrong with giant robots. Pacific Rim 3, The Return of Christ, a classic. hoping to get invested in something and actually have something to do in your spare time or during all the time and blow all your free money for your great pile of shame. All you do is run video games, read, and basketball. Well, I would say if the aesthetic of Warhammer 40k appeals to you, you've come to the right place. Warhammer 40k can do all of that except the basketball one. And even then you can get pretty close with Blood Bowl, which is, that's more soccer, but like 40k has, it's got a lot of books and that sort of thing, so it really depends on what you're the most interested in, because you might find that you might find that the tabletop doesn't appeal too much to you, but the books are really cool, in which case you might just want to invest in just getting really into the lore and all that sort of shit. But yeah, that's why at least my philosophy for getting into Warhammer is, I'd say, start with with looking at a faction or something that you think it looks really cool. Like, there is no point in getting into the game or into any of it if you're not invested in it to begin with. So if you're going to buy minis, don't buy them because you think they'll be good. Buy them because you like the look of the minis or you like the story behind the minis. Orcs have invented basketball at least twice, I see. I'll believe it. How do you run in Warhammer? There are things, probably. I'm sure you can run in Warhammer. In multiple small esports teams, D&D campaign, large amount of Magic Gathering. Warhammer seems like the best mix. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is Warhammer is very diverse. But yeah, like I keep saying, the biggest draw for Warhammer, the thing that makes it what it is the setting. So I would just say, if there are guys, if there's a faction that you see and you're like, those guys are cool, I want to know more, awesome, look into them. Like the Orcs. The Orcs are just like some silly guys having the time of their life while everyone else is hating everything, and they're just having a great time because they get to have a good fight. Like, there's so much diversity in the stuff that you can get into in Warhammer. So I keep saying it. It's gonna sound redundant, probably getting annoyed by now, but look at the factions, find the one that you think looks cool, and go from there. Also invested in the Dune lore, if you know anything about that. I have not read Dune. Did you read the novels in released or in chronological order? Mate, I don't think there's a correct answer to that. The heresy is a nightmare zone. I don't think there is a correct order. I would say just read what you're interested in. Start with Necron books. The Infinite and the Divine. True. If Necron on cover, then buy. That is a solid philosophy to live by. I think this is probably almost good for our simple metallic base coat, and then after that we'll be able to figure out what we want to do for our main stuff. interested in gameplay, tabletop simulators are a nice way to test the armies out without extreme investment. That's actually a very good point, Jacko. That's a good one to bring up. Yeah, that way you could figure out if you even like the way the game plays before you invest in building an army. And honestly, if you're not that interested in the whole painting process, then Tabletop Simulator might just be the way to go for you in general. And then you don't have to worry about buying a whole shitload of minis that then you'll have to paint in order to play the game, when you and your friends could just hop into Tabletop Sim, just load in the minis that you want for your armies and just go. Because I know that for some people painting is like a chore, it's like a hurdle to get into the game. So you don't necessarily need to let yourself be gated by that if that's not something that you're interested in at all. Also, what am I painting right now? What's the model supposed to look like? One sec, what I'll do, I can probably piece him together for the most part. Or at least I'll get the frame done. Because most of this should be dried now. So, we'll go there. And then we'll have our canopy. We'll go over the top like that. So if we put it simply, he's going to have 2 shoulder pads like that. So one on each side. And like, without having all of the other armor pieces and that sort of thing, it's this sort of thing. And he's going to have the other arm is a big flamethrower. And then he's going to have big armor panels on the front and on the groin and on the shins. Oh, and also the face has this night mask rather than just the exposed skull. What's his name? So this particular model is an Imperial Knight. It is a Cerastus Acheron. That's the model. This technically isn't a named character, but the thing with Imperial Knights is it's pretty much an army of named characters. Because the whole thing with Imperial Knights is they're basically like medieval like nobility. They come from like feudal worlds where they have like peasants who work fields and stuff, and then when aliens show up, the lords will get into these giant robots and then go and like fight off the aliens. They're really fucking cool. All knights get to be named. You get to pick them. Exactly. They're all named characters. You just name them. Because they're all like medieval lords. They also come down and drop pods that'll literally just castle. I forgot about that. I forgot they drop a fucking castle and then walk out. So over the top. See, this is the guy, this is the pilot. He's in there. Drop keeps. So stupid. I love Warhammer. That little goober. Yeah, he's tucked. Oh, hang on. Look, We can put him in his box. Look, you can let's put him in his little box. Just click in somehow. Yeah. It's a lot harder to put it back together than it was the first time. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or... I know I just had the angle wrong. Do you like the guys in Dreadnoughts that have been there for tens of thousands of years? No. The cool thing about these guys is... so Dreadnoughts are like... They're like Space Marine... Like, they are genetically engineered super soldiers that have then been put in like a life support system. These are regular humans. These are regular humans piloting these giant fucking mechs. So they're way cooler. This is just some guy who's wearing like knightly armor, sitting inside a fucking cockpit, piloting a giant fucking robot to protect his peasantry. So, pop him in like that. And then we pop the lid on top. Just like that. And lift up the little hatch, and there he is. The little man in there. This is so silly. I spent like an hour trying to make this hatch work properly because it didn't work properly out of the box. Out of the box, you either have it closed or you have it open. But I was like, no, I want it both ways. You want to buy the Typhoon pack? What is the Typhoon pack? I haven't seen it. So, answer, probably not. I've got too many minis as it stands. Juggernaut kill Team Typhon, sold that in an instant. I see. Oh, by the way, Juggernaut, on that note, I just realized, did you have any particular reason for wanting to get into 40k in particular? Because depending on your interests, Warhammer Fantasy is also a thing. Just to confuse you further. And Warhammer Fantasy has really cool things like the Skaven, which are not in 40k unfortunately, but are really fucking funny. You said you play games. You familiar with the game Vermintide? It's also a lot cheaper. Oh, does Fantasy have smaller armies? You thought it was just 40k? No, so Fantasy actually came first, and then 40k was a spin-off of that. But Warhammer Fantasy has my favorite faction out of all Warhammer settings in it. That being the Skaven. And so the Skaven, what they are is essentially they're these rat men Um, they are rat men that have like World War II era weaponry, and they hate everything, including other Skaven. They are absolute bastards, and they're also complete cowards, and they have nuclear bombs. But yeah, Warhammer Fantasy is a very cool. You're gonna duck out, do some prep for tomorrow's matches. Have a nice day/night. Right, I'll catch you later, Jacko. I'll see you tomorrow, mate. But yeah, just food for thought is Warhammer Fantasy has some really cool factions in it, and it's aesthetically quite different. And also, it doesn't suffer from the issue of Space Marines hogging all of the new model releases. Just show me your collection. My collection is not actually that big because I take forever to paint anything. So, like, if you want to see my full Imperial Knights army, full army consists of 3 miniatures so far. I have an absolute shitload of minis that I haven't painted yet, though. But as far as shit that I've got painted, it's pretty much these guys. These are my my best ones as well. This was the first night that I did. There's the focus on the camera there. There it is. Then there was this one, who's probably my favorite one. Drawing the hands on the white panels was unbelievably painful. And then this is the most recent one that I completed. And this one is actually, this is based off the Night Lords. So this is based off the same design as that that kill team you're asking about. The, what were they called? Not the Higher Attack Circle one. I can't remember what they were called. But essentially, yeah, this is based off the same color scheme as those the Night Lords. So with the Batwing motifs and all that sort of thing. Nemesis Claw, that's the one. You're gonna go with Necrons though? Yep. Look, mate, that is a good choice. I am a very big Necron fan. So yeah, your named characters with the Necrons will be the Silent King. It will be the Shard of the Void Dragon. Will be Orokin the Diviner, Emotech the Stormlord, and Trazyn the Infinite. Those are the main ones. You gonna go to sleep? Right. Yep, I'll catch you later, Juggernaut. Thanks for hopping by and having a chat, mate. Yeah, have fun choosing your Necrons and stuff. And the Necron books are also really good. So if you read, check them out. What's the total points in my army so far? With the 3 knights that I've completed, I sit around 640 or so. When I complete the Acheron, it'll get me to pretty much, like, just under 1k. Okay, so I reckon now we'll just do the little bit of Alex on its pistons. Yeah, I reckon I'm getting a little bit tired now. I'm probably gonna call the stream in a minute, I reckon. We've been going for 6 hours now, I think. Jesus Christ. Pretty happy with what we've gotten done. That's the base coating pretty much done. Got our foundation of all of our metallics with the brown undertones showing through. Here for a good time. Hey, look, I've been here for a long time as well, Soda. This has been both a good and a long time. I think that's all of the parts base coated. Yeah, I reckon I'm going to call it for the day here because I've been going for a while and I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast. So I'm gonna head off now. 24-hour stream when. Look, it'll happen when it happens. It probably won't though. That being said, I'm gonna head off for now. I'll catch you guys later. Might be able to actually get another stream going in 2 days. We'll see. Can't do tomorrow because I'm gonna go play tomorrow. But day after I can probably do. So yeah, Pimp Night stream when. That one will happen when it happens as well. and it probably will happen. I don't know when though. But anyway, I'm gonna call it here. I will catch you guys later. Thanks for hopping by. Bye bye.